Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Wow, that was crazy. Sorry about that. I completely messed that one up. Trying to be on time and got a good loop going. Let's catch the end of it here. Ready?
I have the rights to protect myself, don't I?
That is in the rule book of the laws.
All right, there we go. That's all we got. All right, welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. Scratch all that. That was terrible. I apologize.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. It's obviously a podcast Thursday. I'm getting really excited for tonight, where we'll be back with Thomas and all y'all for the Not Relevant podcast. That nut really messed me up. It did. It really did. I'm a little worried. A little worried that I might have swallowed a little bit of it, and it's going to come back and haunt me. What happens when you eat rancid nuts? Asking for a friend. Kim R., welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. Kim, you were first in chat today. And because of that, we're sentencing you to internet ownership. Everything up here related worldwide is your responsibility. There we go. There we go. Blue Star, I formally apologize. You're good. You're good. There were enough people that said, yes, I only called you out because that's just the one that was on top of the list. But all right, parent-teacher conference tonight. Ooh. I like to have fun with those. But teachers don't generally like that. Anyway, my parent-teacher conferences are very different because Miss Starry is our parent-teacher. But never mind. All right, can't wait to hear Aria's opinion on the video controversy. We'll see. First of all, here's what I know. It looks bad. It looks bad for the state to have evidence, see that it exists, take it into custody, and then for it to go missing. That is never a good look for the state. It would be like me without glasses, which I'm going to fix right now. There we go. Fixed it. All right, trying to do a couple things at once right now, and one of them is make sure I don't miss a moment in the trial out of Florida, which we're hoping goes live again. Josh, you said they'd start at 1. It's 1:30 now. They're not back. Maybe I misread your message. What time does that happen? All right, how many days or weeks for this trial? I think they're about a week. About a week for this one. So we'll see. Can you get Aria to turn on seats, please? I can try, but I make no guarantees. Let's do a quick check here. Turn that off. Turn this up here. Remind me to turn chat back on. Let's see. Chatbot started successfully. Looks like it's working.
Have them send someone with more experience.
So it likes to default. All right. So far, so good. There, it's working. Yeah, it's going. All right, I will turn chat back on so I don't forget. And do a quick check of Judge Clark, so we can capture that. He is not back yet.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Josh, let me know when he pops back up so I can grab it. I don't want to miss that one. We've got the first half of the day successfully captured. All right, let's get ready to go back to court where we are going. Well, we're headed back to Florida, and this is a wild one. This is a wild case with a wild judge. It's almost like it's the Wild West. But no, this is down in Miami-Dade.
Got a stubby little pencil.
Got a stubby little pencil. I think the judge has a stubby little pencil. I'm not sure what she's thinking on this one. But who in your right mind says, hey, this is a public courtroom. Yeah, I'm not going to let you in because I don't know who you are. Red Pen sent me an email. I did not read it.
Shame on you, sir.
Red Lobster sent me a $15 off coupon. They know what happened last time. Let's see. So I got a message from Shelly. I'm not sure how to address that one. Shelly's asking to see if she can find out if somebody served in the military. I don't have access directly to military records myself, but some of you might know where those exist. Red, you sent an email, he said? I'm not seeing it. Google Store, Shapeways, Megaplex, Facebook, Subway. Professor from college just texted me. That's cool. He failed me though, so I'm not gonna. Well, he didn't fail me. He just didn't give me a good grade. I'm not gonna reply. Not finding it. Good, I got nothing. Oh, from that one. Yes, that's Shelly. Okay. That's the one I don't know how to do. I don't know how to search military records on that one. Someone used to serve in the military. They've got a name. I don't know what to do there. If somebody knows how to do that, you can let me know in chat, and then we can let Shelly know or make it all work. Is someone playing a video game in the bottom right of your screen? Yes, they are. That would be, I believe, Hawken and Ripple playing DayZ on a special birthday edition stream from Sweden and the UK. And it's a first-person shooter, one of these things. It really makes most people get dizzy just watching it. But let's see, what was for lunch? A bad nut, Heather. A bad nut. Give me just 1 second. I've got to get this court squared away before I lose it. And Josh, they're not coming back. Judge Clark is not coming back. I don't know what time it was. I had a rancid nut for lunch. It was terrible. 0 out of 10 stars. Do not recommend. Okay, I didn't send it. I was just told to check. Okay, that works. I checked that one. Got that. I don't know what the answer is. Okay. No air vents on that game? No air vents. You can't crawl in the air vents. They're back. Bree, are you talking about Clark? 14th Judicial Circuit? Because this is a different case that we're recording. We have not watched yet. That's what we're watching for. I know where we are on the DayZ. We've got to start with the morning. I guess we can start there, and then I'll watch for the other. So let's go ahead and get some audio and everything set up for jumping back into court.
They did not hear me say bitch, not the word bitch. If they did, they would assess me. Because then it would pose security risks to them, as well as to others. So I know that that's what the information you received and then you relayed to me. So I felt the need to disclose that. And look, I think I've already told both sides that please do not look at each other, do not communicate with this side of the bench, is not allowed to communicate with that side, and vice versa. That's the way it's going to go. If folks start violating these court's rules, meaning the orderly way that this trial is going to proceed, I will remove folks from the proceedings. That's just the way it goes. All right. Anything that we have to take up before I check in with my data to see if all the jurors are here?
The only thing that I want to mention to the court, I obviously mentioned this to Your Honor in the back a few minutes ago, and I spoke to Mr. Tomas already. There are a handful of witnesses that must be called this morning. I'm asking that we just work through their testimony. One of them is Detective Fernandez, who's going to be talking about the retrieval process of that DVR. Depending on what the court's ruling is, whether or not that satisfies the court or not, I have Detective Danny Morales in the courtroom as well, who will also talk about what his observations on that video from Mr. Cisneros was, I can call him this morning. If not, I understand, but I do have my CSI officer, Detective Fernandez, and then Mr. Cisneros as well. I'm going to ask that whatever time they finish is what time we finish, and then we can break for lunch. I have a handful of officers for this afternoon. I'm going to ask that we finish with the officers, whether it's early or not today, and then I should be, my hope is that I'm able to rest tomorrow.
So we can work through lunch. We'll just gauge to see if the jury needs a comfort break here and there, and if we need one also. But for scheduling purposes, that works for me. Do you guys need water? Just on a basic note, usually we have pictures of water, so you all let me know. So do you want anything that are you okay with that schedule?
Yeah.
We may have lunch.
The judge is mad at people coughing. She's like, do you guys need water?
For the jury and the debate.
Thank you.
Judge, sorry, I forgot. I have a quick court hearing at 11:45. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Can
In
we?
this building?
Yes. When that happens, just so I step out and handle it and come back.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Just remind me. Just so
I will.
Wow, what is going on down here?
Take a little break at 11:45.
Okay, so the two sides are not allowed to look at each other. And apparently somebody said the B word at somebody else. The judge does not allow coughing in her court. And we're going to work through lunch. That's how this morning started. The judge also does not use her microphone. So we're only getting picked up with her echo being picked up on other people's mics. This court is wild. Not a fan of this judge, I have to admit. I usually like to, withhold judgment a little bit, but she's not impressing me in any way. Honestly, I appreciate the judge cracking down on courtroom coughing. No coughing, no strangers. Although she will bring, cabanas? What were they? Oh, that's house. She was bringing some treats for the jurors, not houses. She needs to chill or, find a new job would also be acceptable in my book. Judge needs people skills. I'm thinking Walmart greeter. With some training, I think she might fit. I know that's a little bit severe, but man, if you don't understand the Constitution, both national, state, and the rules of the court in Florida, what are you doing on the bench? All right, is this judge new? I think relatively. Daisy changed your top. Yes, that's because we're on a different day. We're on today instead of yesterday. So this is today's. Let me go ahead and see if we can skip ahead, zoom through the slow bits, and get right back into what's going to be happening, which is right here.
All right, good morning again. All nine jurors are accounted for. Please be seated. Lawyers are present as well as the standing. All right, Mrs. Smith, I guess you're cold. You'll put your jacket on and the hoodie. That's fine. But if you start, that's fine. But it's not going to cause you to doze off or anything, right? You're not going to get too cozy in there. If it's too cold in here, I can ask the building manager to come up and make it. It's okay? We'll let you know. All right, state your next witness.
She calls out a juror for wearing a hoodie or a jacket.
At this time, the state calls Detective Sabata to the stand. Permission to read. Go ahead.
The sound gets better when the judge isn't talking. Lecture and abuse in process. Here's a stipulation that's going to be read by the prosecution.
Raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm that the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yeah, please read that.
Judge, may I proceed?
Yeah.
Good morning. Can you please state your name for the record?
Inaris Zapata.
Ms. Zapata, what is your occupation?
I am a crime scene technician.
And how long have you been a crime scene technician?
For almost 10 years.
And what department do you currently work for now?
Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
For almost 10 years.
Do you have specialized training as a crime scene technician?
Yes.
Can you please explain to the jury what that training is?
Specialized training consists of going to training, for example, some of them could be a 4-hour course or an 80-hour course where you would spend the entire week doing crime scene processing, photography, doing things with blood spatter, fingerprints, just anything related to crime scene.
Now, what is your role as a crime scene technician?
My role as a crime scene technician is to respond to various crime scenes where I'll be processing and documenting the crime scene.
Now, I want to direct your attention to June 25th, 2022. Were you working that morning as a crime scene technician?
Yes, I was.
And did you respond to 1237 Northwest 14th Street in Homestead, Florida?
Yes, I did.
And what did you respond in reference to, Detective?
I responded to a reference to a homicide investigation.
Now, as a crime scene technician, what is it that you do when you arrive on scene?
Typically, the first thing that I do is that I speak with the detective on scene, where they would give me a brief synopsis of case summary of what might have occurred. And then after that, we'd do a walkthrough of the scene.
And what detective did you speak to in this case?
It was Detective Cruz.
What time did you arrive to the scene?
I arrived at the scene at approximately 5:45 in the morning.
And I know you mentioned you spoke to Detective Cruz. Did he brief you on what had happened?
Yes, he did.
And you mentioned you did the walkthrough, so I want to talk about your walkthrough, okay? What is it that you did in reference to photos? What did you take photos of?
As soon as we did the walkthrough, we started taking photos, and the photos will consist of overall photograph, basically when I get to the scene, what I see, and then after that it will be mid-range photos, and then close-up photos of anything that is related to the scene and or items of evidential value.
So I want to talk about those overall photos to start. Judge, permission to introduce what has already been admitted to evidence based on stipulations by the parties?
Sure, just let Brady read it into the record.
Stay Exhibit 1L, marked for identification, now becomes Stay Exhibit 8. And 1M, Stay Exhibit 1N, marked for identification, now becomes Stay Exhibit 9.
Permission to publish, Judge. Go ahead. Now, Detective, what are we looking at in this case? What is this photo?
What we're looking at is kind of like a bird's eye view of the scene where I responded to.
And what is this photo?
That photograph is a front view overall of the front of the residence.
And is this where the residence is?
That's correct.
And this photo?
That photo shows an eye's view of the entire scene.
And what is this photo focusing on here?
That photos is showing the also part of the scene, but more so concentrating on the alleyway where the victim was found, and also 2 vehicles.
Is this the alleyway that you're talking about?
That's correct.
What is this in reference to the defendant and victim's house? Is this the front of the house, or what part of the house is that?
That is the front of the house if you're viewing it from the street. Next.
what is this area?
That is the front of the house also.
Now, where are we in this area?
We are in front of the house, but at an angle, of the front of the house.
A lot of people are joining the Zoom
Now,
right now.
Detective, now that we got to the overall photos of the scene, what else did you take pictures of?
I photographed various areas where there were apparent blood, more so a blood trail. I also photographed vehicles and also a firearm.
And where is it that you observed these blood trails?
The blood trail appeared to have started from directly in front of the residence, leading towards the front of the residence, the walkway, a walk path, leading towards the sidewalk, the residence next to it, eventually through an alleyway, and then it ended where the victim collapsed.
Judge, permission for the witness to step down?
Go ahead, step down.
And permission to retrieve what has already been admitted into evidence as States Composite 1 and 2?
Yes.
Detective, can you mark for the jury, where is it that you saw these blood trails in the entire scene?
So it's high as you can.
Sorry.
Thanks.
So there were various areas where blood was observed from here, leading here, 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 here.
She's drawing all over the map.
Might have been some on here.
The whole neighborhood.
And where is the alleyway for the jury?
This is the alleyway here. What we consider the alleyway was basically all this here, and then there's a vehicle here.
Everything's all marked in the same color.
And the victim was found somewhere on here.
And
Just
where,
for clarification, what exhibit are we looking at?
Well, she's completely
State's
ruined
Exhibit 6.
State's Exhibit 6.
yeah, you can.
Because
So
we
it
now
started
marked.
here and it went all the way here, and then the cars and the alleyways here.
That's correct.
Thank you.
She's now marked everything they consider to be the alleyway in one color, and also marked
Now,
everywhere
if
there's
I
blood
were to show
in
you
the same
photos
color.
of those blood trails you took, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Judge, permission to enter into evidence based on stipulation by the parties, what has been previously marked as stage 1N.
State Exhibit 1N, marked for identification, now becomes State Exhibit 10.
Now, before I show you the photos, Detective, how is it that you marked where those blood trails you observed are?
The blood trails were marked with orange evidence cone and also orange flags.
Now, where was this blood trail at?
That blood trail, it's on the ground.
Is this near the alleyway?
It appears to be.
Now, I see an evidence marker here. Is that where a blood trail was as well?
That's correct.
And the defendant's house, is it onto the left?
That's correct.
Was this, what area was this blood trail?
That blood trail, it's on the walkway right before that previous photo that we saw the vehicle, that was behind the vehicle.
And where was this blood trail located at?
That blood trail was on the grass. It might have been on one of the residents.
don't know. It's just on the grass somewhere. Could have been somebody's house.
Is this also where one of the residents was?
Yes, that was leading towards, it was in front of the another residence leading towards the back way of the house into the alleyway.
This OG says this courtroom is a mess. Duty, I'm in Pound Town. Welcome.
Now, Detective, where is this particular house?
That house is adjacent to the residence where the victim might have lived. Right in front, excuse me.
So their residence is to the right?
Yes, the residence is to the right.
Was there significant blood trail on this truck right here?
Yes, there was.
There's a car tire. I can see that.
And now, what you demonstrated to the jury with that aerial mark, is this the path that the victim took while he was bleeding out?
Yes, it's kind of like in between that trampoline and the vehicle. There's an area where it leads to the alleyway.
Would it be this area right here?
That's correct.
Now, Detective, I know you mentioned that the blood trails were on some of the cars and also in some of the alleyways. I want to talk about the alleyway now. Did you take photos of the alleyway?
Yes, I did.
What was it that you observed in the alleyway?
In the alleyway, what I observed was also, in addition to the blood trail, there were two vehicles, and obviously where the victim expired.
What color were the two vehicles?
The first vehicle is a red truck, and the second one is a silver vehicle.
The silver vehicle, where was that vehicle located?
The vehicle was located in the alleyway. In relationship to the body, it was towards the victim's feet, in front of the victim, but in the alleyway.
Judge, permission to enter into evidence what is already, based on stipulations of the party, was previously marked as stage 1-0.
The exhibit 1-0 marked for identification now becomes the exhibit 11. Good.
Okay.
Now, detectives, where is this red car in relation to the alleyway? Is it close? Is it far?
No, it's relative nearby the alleyway.
And is this, why did you photograph right here?
Apparent blood.
Is the blood located right here?
Yes.
Now, in the aerial scene that we already showed the jury, is this the alleyway we were talking about earlier?
Yes, that's leading towards the alleyway.
Was there a lot of blood on this car?
Yes, there was a significant amount of blood.
Apparent blood or just blood? Apparently, they're the same. Don't need to test it.
And is this the car that was closest to the victim's body?
That's correct.
Was there any blood on the car?
I believe so. Do you have a different photograph?
Now I want to talk about the victim's body. What did you see when you observed it?
The victim was covered with a yellow first aid blanket. Underneath the blanket, it was a victim, and he had a tourniquet on his right leg.
Did he appear to have injuries?
Yes, he did.
What were those injuries?
A gunshot wound.
If I were to show you the photos you took, would you recognize them? Yes. Judge, permission to enter into evidence what has
If I were to show you
been based on stipulation by the
the
parties
photos
has been
you
previously marked
took.
as 1P, stage 1P.
Say exhibit
I'm
1P,
now showing you
marked
photos. Can you
identification, now
recognize them?
becomes say
Yes,
exhibit
these are
12,
photos I
Judge.
took. If I were to show you the photos you took, would you recognize them? A little bit of leading there.
Now, Detective, are these evidence markers blood trails as well?
That's correct.
And this yellow part, is that what you were talking about earlier, where the victim's body is?
That's correct.
And is this the silver car we were talking about earlier?
Yes.
Something's printing. Probably another picture to replace the one they drew over.
Where was that money found?
That was also in the alleyway, in close proximity to the victim.
Is this the tourniquet you were mentioning earlier?
Yes.
Now, Detective, aside from taking photos, did you collect and document any other evidence from the scene?
Yes, I did.
What did you collect?
A firearm.
Before we get to the firearm, did you also document inside of the victim and defendant's house?
Yes, I did.
You took photographs of it?
That's correct.
If I were to show you those photographs, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Judge, permission to enter into evidence based on stipulation by the parties was been previously marked as stage 1Q.
Stay exhibit 1Q, marked for identification, now becomes stay exhibit 13, sorry.
Okay, just started. Nice.
Now, Detective, where is this area in their house?
That is the living room.
What about this one?
That is a kid's bedroom.
Now, where is this?
That is also in the residence. It's the other bedroom.
Now, in this photo, Detective, I want to focus here to the left side. Does this appear to be male clothing?
Objection calls for speculation.
And leading.
Now, let's talk about the firearm, Detective.
She can't go back there.
Where did you observe the firearm was?
In the palm tree.
The firearm was located in a tree that was practically directly in front of the residence.
Was it located in plain sight?
No, it was not.
Murder show, that's awesome.
Where was it located?
It was.
Where did you photograph that it was located?
It was. So you have a palm tree. Sorry, I just kind of to show you guys. You have a palm tree, and then at the bottom you have the trunk, and then it had branches and bush. It was inside of it. Now it wasn't visibly. You couldn't visibly see it. You had to kind of like move out the branches in order to see the firearm.
Okay, got it.
Judge, permission to enter into evidence based on stipulation by the parties was previously marked as stage 1R.
It was in the tree pocket.
Stay exhibit 1I, marked for identification, now becomes stay exhibit 14.
I want to start with that tree we were talking about. Is that a tree?
Yes.
How close is this tree from the victim and defendant's house?
A couple of steps. It's very close.
And is that the firearm that was located?
Yes.
What type of firearm is that?
It's a semi-automatic.
Did it have a magazine?
Yes.
Was it loaded?
Yes.
Oh, she had to think about that one.
Is that where you found it?
That was
Is that where you photographed it, sorry?
correct. Yes.
So is this what you were talking about when you mentioned earlier that it wasn't in plain sight?
That's correct.
Where did you have to photograph for this?
Can you repeat the question?
Where did you have to photograph for it? Did you have to go inside the tree and photograph?
Yes, we had to move some of the branches out in order to be able to see the firearm.
Now, detective, if I were to show you the firearm that you collected, would you recognize it?
Yes.
It's an interesting question. If I were to show you this that you did, the exact gun
Now
you
directing
took.
court, counsel, and witness to what has been previously marked.
It's just in a big Ziploc.
As states 1G, of the record effect that I've shown the defense counsel. Judge, permission to approach the witness?
Standing permission.
Oh, yes, Judge.
There is standing permission.
Detective Zapata, is this the gun you collected from the scene on June 25th, 2022? Yes. Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it on June 25th, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, I now move into evidence what has been previously marked as stage 1G.
No, Your Honor.
Stay exhibit 1G, micro-identification now becomes stay exhibit 15.
Judge, permission for Detective Zapata to publish it to the jury?
Oh, she's going to put gloves on? Oh, she's going to open it. There we go. Those are really long gloves. Like they go way up the arm. See who she points it at first. The jury.
The firearm is not loaded.
Right. Hey, you know that how?
This is the firearm that we recovered on scene.
There, just hold it up. Don't say anything.
The magazine.
Let's see.
On scene, the magazine was inside of the...
Square. Is that a Glock? Very blocky. Could be a Smith & Wesson.
This is the
Oh, that's just inappropriate.
cartridge that was located inside of the fire.
I don't know why she's talking. I guess she wasn't told that it was just the tell portion of show and tell, not the full show and tell. Definitely Glock. I couldn't see the trigger. It would have a trigger safety.
No further questions, Judge.
Let's see if there's any cross-examination.
I didn't know she was armed. Was she armed? It's for a science project.
6 rooms in the club.
Yes, the one that has all the pink drawings on. You ruined that one.
Okay. Judge, may I approach the witness?
Standing permission for both sides to approach the witnesses.
Figured I'd ask since I had asked you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
So I'm showing you Exhibit 6. Just for my own edification, first off, can you tell me where is the house where Daisy Link resided? This is the house, okay. And where is the spot where the body was found?
That's me around here.
Okay. So the blood trail, can you kind of tell me where it starts and where it ends? If you're able to tell me.
There was a blood trail, or the apparent blood around here, all this area here, all this area here, off and on, leading up to here.
Okay. Maybe it'll help if I can. I don't know if the projector will cover all this.
You want her to step down and Polish?
Yes, please.
Go ahead, please step down.
But if I can do it on the projector, I'd like to try to do it.
Oh, good, we can sort of see then. Thought it was a CZ.
Hey, ma'am, do you mind? So I'll ask you what I just asked you. Actually, where is the home where Daisy Link resided? This home right here. And there's a red line here, which signifies a blood trail. Is that correct?
Yes, the line that I attempted to draw signified were areas where there were on and off apparent blood leading up to the body.
So there's a line here, right? Is that correct?
There's blood there.
Well, there's also, you drew a line signifying that, correct?
Correct.
All right, so we start here, goes all the way over here, all the way over here, and then we'll move this down a little bit. Oh, turn this around. Then that line comes over here, and you said the body was found here, is that correct? Where the X is?
Approximately.
And there was some blood over here, and apparently it went as far as this white car over here, is that correct?
No, this line all the way here, I was just talking about the alleyway. Not the
Okay,
edge.
so this, on the right side, this red line, this circle, there's no blood over here, is that what you're saying?
Correct, not that I recall.
So the blood that we found, it would be all in this section, correct?
And in the alleyway.
And in the alleyway. Anywhere where we see a red line other than this part, is that correct?
Correct, and maybe some here.
All right. So let me turn this around again. And again, this is Miss Link's house, right?
Yeah.
What's in this part of the house, if you can recall? And while you're thinking about that, give me one moment.
I believe it's another duplex.
Another duplex?
Just give me one moment. Okay.
Thanks, Josh. I'm grabbing it.
So I'm showing you what has been admitted as composite exhibit 8. Several pictures of the house. But is this Miss Link's house as far as you can tell?
Yes.
So we see some windows here, right?
Yes.
This part of the house that we're looking at, is that what we would see on this side, or would that be what we would see on this side of the house?
Should be on this side, if I recall correctly.
Okay. Now, this right here that I'm showing you, same exhibit, is this the front door?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to this picture, if you could tell us, if you know?
If I recall correctly, the front door should be.
All right, so you can take a seat now. Thank you for bearing with me. So we can agree that based on the blood trail, based on the red line that you drew for us, Mr. Jimenez was right at the front door, right? At one point.
It appears to be.
Thank you. No further questions.
Detective Zapata, did you collect any bullets or casings from the scene? Did you photograph any bullets or casings from the scene?
No, I did not.
And I know defense asked you on cross-examination whether there was blood right in front of the house that they lived in. Was there blood right in front of the house that you photographed that they lived in?
I'm sorry, I don't recall him asking if there was blood right in front of the house.
Okay. Was there blood in front of the house?
In front of the house, as in like down the steps?
Yeah. Yes.
There might have been blood there, yes.
And if there was blood, Detective Zapata, would you have marked it with an evidence marker or flag?
If it would have been right in front of the house, it should have been something. If not, then you would have been able to see it with the photographs.
I'm showing you what has already been entered into evidence as States 1, Exhibit 8. Is that the house?
Am I looking at the
front? The front.
Yes.
Is there any markers or anything there?
No.
No further questions, Judge.
Cable company tried to call me and tell me my
May the
internet was
witness be
down.
excused.
I told them I haven't had their service in years. Nor would I. The judge should order the prosecution not to look at the defense not to look at the prosecution in this case, or else she's going to kick people out because apparently they can't stop calling names to each other.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear to affirm the testimony about the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Yes.
You're just trying to put him in the chair.
Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
My name is Sergeant Zuleika Fernandez. I'm with Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
Since 2006.
And is that formally known as the Miami-Dade Police Department?
Sorry?
Is that formally known as the Miami-Dade Police Department?
Yes.
It's the same department,
Yes.
different names.
Is that how you wear your body cam?
And what unit do you work in?
Currently?
Yes.
In the Kendall District, so I'm in uniform patrol at the moment.
Do you have a specialized role in the unit?
I'm a sergeant, so I'm the sergeant right now in Kendall District on midnights.
Do you work in video retrieval?
I did at one point, yes.
Now, I want to take you all the way back to June 25th of 2022. Did you work in that video retrieval unit then?
I did.
Okay. And what were your duties in that unit?
My duty was basically to respond whenever detectives from different bureaus would contact us to export video evidence for their case.
Okay. And in order to be in that unit and to retrieve those things, do you get any kind of specialized training?
Yes.
Can you briefly explain to the members of the jury what that training is?
So I went to Dorothy Stout training. It's a 3-day course, which actually it teaches you how to export videos from different systems. And then we had LIBA, which is, there's 4 different LIBAs. I went to LIBA 1. And that one is a little bit more in depth. It actually shows you how to go into the hard drives in case that you're not able to actually export video the native way. So then you would basically go into the hard drive and try to get the video that way.
And would it be fair to say that based off your training that you get in the video retrieval unit, that you get specific trainings on different types of recording systems?
Different systems, completely. NVR, DVR, cloud-based systems, any type of system.
Okay. Now, I know we kind of already mentioned this already, but were you working in your capacity as a police officer in that video retrieval unit on or about June 25th of 2022?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Were you working in your capacity as a police officer in the video retrieval unit on or about June 25th, 2022?
Yes.
What about to June 29th, 2022?
I was still within the video forensic unit.
Okay. Now, before we move on to those dates, can you explain to the jury the process of actual video retrieval?
So normally what we do is we actually document everything about the DVR, from the serial numbers to the cameras that the system actually holds to the amount of cameras that are actually working at the time. If there is any offset, so if real time and offset do not match, we actually document that to show that even if we pull video for specific times, the reason we got that video at that time is because DVR time and real time were completely off. We document the earliest recording, so anything from if the incident occurred in May, but the actual DVR holds video until March. So you can go back all the way to March. We document the cameras and the actual times that the detectives request, and that's pretty much it.
And are you trained in the process of, let's say it doesn't work, if you're called out to a scene, it doesn't work there, are you trained in the process of, let's say, bringing it back to headquarters to retrieve it in a different way?
Yes, so if we're not able to export on scene, we obviously speak to the detectives first, let them decide. We'll let them know in that moment, hey, it's not working, we're not able to export on scene. However, we do have DVR examiner back in the office, so we could plug it straight into the hard drive and try that method.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what that DVR examiner is?
DVR examiner allows you to go into the hard drive and export the entire thing, so the entire data on the actual hard drive.
Now, does it work for every single unit, or are there sometimes failures?
No, there's definitely failures. A lot of times when you get hard drives, either they're already failing or they're corrupted. And if you plug it in, it's the same thing as a USB. A lot of the times they get damaged over time.
Now, on June 29, 2022, did you respond to 1300 Northwest 15th Street?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
I was requested by homicide detectives to respond.
And do you know who the owner of that home was?
Personally, no. I don't.
But did you know his name?
Cisnero?
Is that a Robert Cisneros?
I'm not sure.
Is there anything that would refresh your recollection?
I could look at my report and see.
If you can, don't just look up when you're done.
Yeah, Robert Cisneros.
Great, thank you. Did you make contact with him?
I didn't. I made contact with the detectives. The detectives were the ones making contact with him.
Okay. What, if anything, did you do after arriving on scene?
Once they allowed me to access the DVR, that's exactly what I did. I went straight to the DVR and I started working on trying to get the export.
Okay. Did the homeowner give you consent, or did you have to get a warrant to get that DVR?
I would have to look at my...
Please.
So it looks like it was verbal.
Verbal consent.
Verbal consent.
Okay. Now, can you explain to the members of the jury what DVR system Mr. Cisneros had?
So he had a Shield DVR, which is it's a regular CCTV system. It's not cloud-based, it's not MVR. There is no client, anything like that. It was just a basic DVR system.
Was it an older model, newer model, if you knew?
I wouldn't know that information.
Is this a model that you were familiar with?
Yes.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what that DVR had, like in order for you to download it?
To export?
Yeah.
So normally with that system, you would go to their main menu and you would either look for the backup or the export option of the system. So the route that we were going to take that day was USB, which would be the native export.
Did it have a USB port that you could plug in to download?
Yes.
Were you able to download it on scene?
No.
Why not?
For whatever reason, when I went, the dates were available and the system actually went back to April. However, when I went to go back to the times to actually export the times, for whatever reason, the times were not available.
Okay, but the date was?
Date was.
Was there any evidence of any kind of tampering anyway with that system when you were viewing it?
No, because for me to say that there was tampering, I would have to say that the entire hard drive was completely wiped out or formatted.
Can you explain that to the members of the jury? What
So,
do you mean by that?
With DVR systems, you can't go back and delete just one incident or one day or 1 hour, 2 hours. When you format a hard drive within the DVR, it completely wipes out the entire hard drive, meaning everything will just disappear.
Is that what you did?
And in that case, the date was available, everything went back to April, which means that nothing happened. There was no way it was formatted.
Okay. Now, before we move on, were there specific days or times of interest that you were attempted to recover?
Yes, if I could look back on my
Please.
report though. So they wanted June 25th, 2022, 3 a.m. to 4 a.m.
Now, were you able to confirm at the time before you were trying to retrieve that video that the DVR itself was in working order?
The DVR was working. Yeah.
Now, when you said that you were unable to download it via a USB, what, if anything, did you do next?
Once I wasn't able to export, I let the detectives on scene know. And at that point, I believe they received consent from the owner to take the DVR for further examination.
Did you take possession of the DVR?
I did.
And where'd you go with it?
Once I get the DVR, I take it back to the office.
And what did you do at the office with that DVR?
At the office, I plug it into DVR Examiner, and at that point, I attempted to conduct DVR Examiner on it, and for whatever reason, the actual hard drive was not scanning. It wasn't even allowing me to get to the point where I could export or even request to export.
Can you explain a little bit more what that means?
So I would plug it in to DVR Examiner. I would scan the DVR to actually pick up the hard drive, but it wasn't picking up the hard drive at all.
Was there any evidence of any kind of tampering when you were doing that?
No.
Why not?
Because I couldn't even get to the hard drive.
So the fact that you couldn't get to the hard drive was evidence itself that there was no tampering?
To me, evidence enough that the actual hard drive was damaged or somehow corrupt, because I was never even able to enter into it. I was never even able to get into it enough to do anything.
Okay. What, after that, did you inform anybody that their video was unable to be recovered?
Yes, detectives. Detective Ganoris.
Chinoris.
Sir, yes.
And what, if anything, did you do with the DVR after that?
Once I let them know what was going on, I just let them know the DVR is ready to be picked up. I documented everything, and that was it.
When DVRs are in this manner returned, either because they cannot download those videos or things like that, is it a likely outcome, possible outcome, that everything gets wiped from those DVRs?
So normally when we return the DVRs, we never plug them back in. And the reason for that is because if you plug it back in and there is, for whatever reason, data on there or anything like that, that they will need later down the line, if you plug it back in, it normally resets the hard drive altogether. So a lot of times we don't do that because just in case a detective says, hey, we need more time or we need to pull extra time, we just got more information. So we don't plug it in for that reason.
Did you purposely delete any video in this case?
No.
Is there any evidence that anyone purposely deleted any kind of video?
No.
Objection calls for speculation.
Oh, good answer.
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination of this witness?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, ma'am, I just wanted to clarify, because you said a few moments ago that you were asked about tampering, and I believe you said tampering would show that the entire hard drive was wiped. Am I quoting you correctly?
If you're asking if certain times were deleted from the hard drive,
Right.
you can't delete just 1 hour or 2 hours or 1 day. When you format a hard drive, it'll format the entire thing, which means I will not be able to go back to April 29, 2022, which was the earliest recording on this DVR.
So just so I understand you, so you're saying if somebody were to tamper with a DVR hard drive such as this one, that would result in everything being deleted?
Yes.
Okay.
Because it's a hard drive within the DVR and it's not NVR or any other, there's no other method to actually extract or delete any video.
All right. As far as you know, when you took the hard drive into possession, the footage on it, it had footage on it, correct?
There was footage, but not the footage that the detectives were looking for. So the time frame that they were looking for was not there.
Okay. So I want to pinpoint exactly when it was that you took possession of this item.
When I took the DVR?
Yes.
So I was there at 9:21 a.m. So somewhere around that time.
This is
on the 29th, June 29th.
June 29th. You arrived at the home.
Correct.
Of the owner of the home who had the DVR.
Yes.
Who else was there when you arrived?
Detective Ganores and Detective Morales.
And you said that you didn't make contact with the owner of the home, correct?
I don't make contact with the owners.
So you only interacted with those detectives?
Correct.
And it was the detectives and not the owner of the home who gave you the DVR, correct?
No, the DVR was on scene.
Okay, so you watched some videos on the scene?
No, I don't watch videos. I only export the videos that they're requesting.
Did you unplug anything?
I unplugged the DVR once I noticed that it was no longer an option to export on scene. And they advised that they gave consent and that they want to take it to the office.
Without telling me the contents or what it is that you saw, if anything, did you see any footage from that DVR before unplugging it?
No.
No. Okay. So how is it that you know that, well, you said, so you weren't talking about what's on the DVR. You just tried to download it on scene and you were not able to do that, correct? And that's when you took it with you?
Correct.
Correct. So is it fair to say that you yourself weren't able to verify what videos were or were not on the DVR at that moment? Because you didn't see anything?
I didn't view any video.
Okay, so you can't say what videos were or were not on the DVR at that moment?
No.
All right, thank you. You get back to the station, and at the station you find what, that there are no videos on the DVR?
No, when I got back to the station and I plugged it into DVR Examiner, it will not scan the hard drive. So I was never able to pick up the hard drive to get to the export.
You couldn't get into the hard drive?
No.
Were any attempts made to, rather than get into the hard drive, to at least view what was on the hard drive through another screen or another monitor?
No.
Why not?
Because I went through the export option to try to get the times that they wanted, and it said no record, no data, so the times are not there.
So, from your perspective, when you checked, are you saying that there was no video for you to watch, even if you could watch the video?
I wouldn't go back to watch the video. I only export.
I understand, but your goal is to download these videos to be watched so that you can watch them at a later time, correct?
No,
What do you mean?
I don't watch the videos. I only export the video and then I provide it as evidence to the detective.
Let me rephrase. Your goal is to get this video so that somebody, like a jury, can watch this video at a later time, right?
For me, it's for the detectives. I don't do anything as far as the case goes. I get the video, whatever it is that they ask for, camera, dates, times. I get that video, I put it onto a USB, and then I would put it onto a disc. Then at that point, that's the evidence.
Let me rephrase my question. Let's assume that the detectives asked you to do this because they wanted to have a video, which is evidence, which they could later arrange that video to be played in front of a jury or a judge at a trial, right? Okay? So your purpose was to get that video so that they can use it later, right?
Yes.
You tried to download it for that purpose and you weren't able to because as far as you could tell, the DVR didn't have any data on it, correct?
It had data. It just wasn't exporting the dates and times that they were asking for.
All right. So you couldn't export it. However, you know that the detectives were able to watch some of the video before it was taken from the owner's home, correct?
Normally, when they ask us to come out, it's because they've already reviewed video.
Okay. So we know that it was working and you could see videos on it before it was taken from the owner's home, right?
What was that, sorry?
We know that this DVR has footage which the detectives supposedly had already seen, and that's the reason why they're sending you to retrieve it, right?
Yes.
You're not able to retrieve it.
No.
So wouldn't it be effective to plug in that DVR, which you're not able to get anything from, plug it into a monitor to see if you could still play the videos, just like the detectives had done back at the person's home?
It would have been the same thing. I'm just taking it from one monitor to another. What I was able to see on scene is the same thing that I was going to see back at the office.
Right, but you could see it, and then you could record it another way, right? Like
No.
a body-worn camera, or with a phone, or just record something so you preserve it as evidence, right?
There was no evidence. I was not able to export the dates and times that they were asking.
And I think we're not understanding each other. I understand that you couldn't download it, but my question is, your job is to retrieve this so that it could be watched later. We've established that, right? So you can't download it. So as an alternative to accomplish your task, my question to you is, isn't it true that you could have found the monitor, plugged in the DVR, play the video that you're looking for, and record it with another device, such as the body-worn camera that you're wearing, take out a phone, record it in any other way, and that way we have a recording of the evidence this evidence which pertains to a murder case. Isn't that a solution to the problem?
Are you asking about playback?
Yes.
Like to actually play the video?
Yes, ma'am.
My job is not to play back the video. My job was to respond and export the video.
Okay.
He's asking, did you have the option of playing it?
The playback option is there. But my reason for responding was to export the video. And when I went to export and it will not be exported, at that point we took the DVR back to the office.
All right, so all those other options that I just explained to you, none of that was done, correct?
No.
And at some point, the DVR was returned to the owner, correct?
Yes.
And if the owner, when he got the DVR back, found that everything had been erased, can you explain how something like that could happen?
If I run DVR Examiner, like I said, I don't plug the hard drives back in for that reason, because it usually resets the hard drive or wipes it out completely.
So you wouldn't have wiped it out completely?
No, no.
What a tool. What a tool.
So if we have a DVR that was in this home, and this DVR had about a month's worth of footage on it, then it's taken from the home. And then sometime later, it's returned to the home. And now, when it's at the home, it's working fine, but all that month-long footage is gone. How do you explain that? How does something like that happen?
I can only tell you that I unplug the DVR, plug it into DVR Examiner, and normally when we plug it back in, which is the reason why we don't do it, we don't plug the DVRs back in when we return them in case detectives need more data later. Normally when you plug it back in, it formats and resets the hard drive.
So is it fair to say that as you sit here, you are not able to tell us how it was that a month's worth of footage was lost while it was in police custody? You're not able to tell us how that happened?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Wow. Guys, invest in a couple Blackmagic design recorders.
Detective, just to clarify, when you plug in the DVR to DVR Examiner, do not plug it in again, right?
No.
And that's because why?
We don't want to plug it back in case the detectives need more data later on. If we plug it back in, it formats and resets the hard drive.
And so the hard drive then would be blank.
Correct.
So how would you get the data if they needed it
Correct.
later?
So when a homeowner gets a blank DVR, or excuse me, a DVR back and plugs it back in, it would reset?
It will cause the reset or the format of the hard drive.
Which would delete everything?
Yes.
Great. I have no further questions, Your Honor. I'm going to go sidebar.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe that a forensics tool triggers a self-destruct mechanism in the evidence once you've viewed it once. This is not your mission should you choose to accept it. This message will self-destruct. I am not buying that for a second. This is absurd. This is, if this is true, this is the worst designed product since, I don't know, the brick phone. We can't plug it in again because it will self-destruct. Because if they need more information, then what we're going to do? We're going to plug it in again and get more information. It does not make sense. It doesn't pass the sniff test. Something reeks in Miami-Dade right now in this courtroom. Oh, wow. I did not go to Dorothy Stout resolution video training and pay $995 for a 4-day class on digital video evidence recovery and learn all. I did not do that. I didn't drive to Indiana and do the course that she did for a week. But my 10-year-old has better knowledge about how to record video and save video than she does. Off-the-shelf hardware like a hyperdeck like this that you can plug in just about any format of video you think you can come up with on the back. Could save everything to whatever you want. USB, little smart card, however you want it. You could export it to 3 different monitors at the same time. But I plugged it into the tool and it didn't work. And so we said, it's broken, and we sent it back. And we took the best evidence and we gave it back to the person, fully knowing it would delete everything as soon as we plugged it back in. We said, go ahead and plug it back in. We're done with it.
So at this time, the state called Robert Cisneros back.
Denise Feldman Ersland, 33 months. OG. Yeah. Somebody said, I think I know why she's on patrol and not on evidence recovery anymore. That is a terrible decision. If this were like a traffic ticket and body camera footage that was not working properly, that's one thing. In a murder trial, let's take the extra step and do a screen capture.
Yes, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Cisneros.
Good morning.
So I want to go back to where we kind of left off yesterday.
Okay.
You mentioned that the police came to your house to ask for your cameras.
Yes.
This is the guy who had the DVR.
Did you view those cameras with the detectives while they were playing it?
Yes.
Did you stay there the whole time?
Yes.
you please tell the jury what it is that you saw in that footage?
Same objection.
It's the same, late, the foundation.
Sustained. She says, we're going to turn on the waterfall. There we go. No foundation yet. They're trying to get this is the homeowner, okay? They're trying to get the homeowner to testify as to what was on the video that existed before the police took it, but didn't exist after the police took it. Because he did watch it with the detectives. Now, obviously, they want the homeowner to give this information because, he's a disinterested third party, right? He doesn't have a dog in the fight like the police might. So we're back. We have recalled this witness. And he's now going to testify by his recollection what he saw on the video in the alleyway from his camera.
Mr. Cisneros, before we get into what you saw, did the officers try and download the video that you viewed together at your house?
I believe that was their original intention, yes.
Were they able to download it?
No, they were not.
Do you know why they weren't able to download it?
Not exactly. No, I'm under the assumption it's because like I mentioned before, the device is an older device.
Sorry, can you say that again?
That why they were able to download it, I'm not exactly sure. Maybe the programming wasn't compatible. I can't really say for sure.
At some point, did someone come and try to take your DVR to get that video?
Yes.
Okay. Did you give them the DVR?
Yes, I handed the DVR.
It's just this last part. You're soft spoken.
I'm sorry. I handed the DVR. Yeah.
Was there any evidence of tampering with the DVR before you gave it to the detectives?
No.
When the detectives were viewing your video, did you see them mess with the DVR at any point?
No.
Did they try to delete the video?
No.
Did they try to tamper with it?
No.
Did they cut a cable?
No.
Did you cut a cable?
I did not cut any cables. No.
Did you try to tamper with it?
No, I did not.
When the detective came to retrieve your DVR, did you give it to them?
Yes.
Were they able to retrieve the video?
As far as I know, no. When it was in their possession, no.
When you got the DVR back, were there any videos on it?
No.
Was there any evidence of tampering when you got it back?
No.
Judge, may we go sidebar?
No, let's continue.
Now, Mr.
She
Cisneros,
says no, continue.
I want to talk about that video.
Okay.
Cast the sass.
What did you see in the video?
Same objection.
Oh, yeah.
12 months. Thank you very much.
When we got to the time frame that the detective wanted to look at, I know it's in the middle of the night. I can't recall the exact time. We witnessed a person that he was interested in running from the property directly behind mine, because that property, there's no fencing, so anybody can just come in and out of that property. And I have an alleyway behind my property. It's one of those old type alleyways where garbage used to get picked up behind the houses. He's running towards the fence, towards my fence. Obviously, I have a 6-foot wooden fence, so I couldn't keep going. So then he changes direction and goes, I want to say, in an easterly direction. Goes out of view of the camera. A few seconds, maybe a minute later, he's more like not running anymore. It's more like stumbling. And then he drops out of view. Just keep in mind, I have a 6-foot fence, so anything on the ground in the alleyway, you can't really see it, but you can see individuals walking back and forth and also vehicles.
So I want to break that down. You mentioned that the individual the detectives were interested in was running.
Yeah, initially. Yeah.
He was running towards where?
He ran, my house faces north, so he was running towards the back of my house, so he was running in a northerly direction, and then changes direction and goes easterly down the alleyway, out of view of the camera. And then a few seconds later, he comes back, but stumbling now. He's not running anymore.
You mentioned he was stumbling. Did he appear to be injured?
Judging from my experience as a firefighter, the way he was stumbling, yeah, he did appear like he was injured.
And when he stumbled, what area did he stumble in, based on the video you saw?
He fell right behind my property, more on the easterly side of the end of my property, but in the alleyway.
And what else did you see in the video?
Maybe a few minutes or 10 minutes go by, there's a vehicle that approaches.
You mentioned 10 minutes go by.
Well, just generalization. Yeah, again, any kind of time that I give you, it's generalization because it's.
So some time goes by, a vehicle approaches. What else do you see?
We see a female get out of the vehicle, approach the area where the subject had dropped, and I don't have any sound on my camera, so we can't hear what's verbally being said. And the female paces back and forth several times until I believe a Homestead police officer arrives.
Does she ever get back into the car in the video you reviewed?
To the best of my recollection, I believe she did. But I don't believe she left the area. But then again, the angle of my camera only faces one direction. She did go out of view several times, but.
She went out of view of the camera?
Yeah.
When she goes back into view, do you see her try and approach the male that you saw stumbling?
Yes, she did.
Were you able to see what she was doing?
No, unfortunately, no.
Why not?
Because the height of my fence blocks any view of the ground level.
What was the female that you saw in the video doing after she approaches the male that stumbled?
The best I can describe it, she looked maybe emotionally distraught. A couple of times or maybe a few times she put her hands on her head. And the way I best can describe it is her pacing back and forth, it looked like she was upset.
And did you see when the police arrived in the video?
Yeah, I can't see when the police officer arrived.
Was she still there in the alleyway?
Yes.
Moment to confer, Judge.
This sure is crazy. I think they have met the rules in getting that admitted this way. Does look shady, and his memory is not solid.
Good morning again, sir.
Good morning.
Now, these videos that you observed with the detectives, you all were focusing on a specific period of time, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been, I guess, after this man had already been shot, that would have been after that period of time, correct?
Yes.
You didn't have a chance to view footage that would have occurred before that may or may not have shown him running around or doing what have you, correct?
No.
But that footage would have been there because you had, I think you said you had about a month's worth of footage on there, correct?
Yeah, the cameras record 24 hours a day.
And that month's worth of footage was there at the time that the police took your DVR, correct?
Yes.
And you said you got it back, what, a couple weeks later?
Yeah, again, time frame wise, it was a while. Yeah.
Got it back, and when you got it back, there was nothing.
Correct.
So when you got it back, you didn't erase anything because you had nothing to erase?
No.
Did you reset the machine?
No, I did not.
Okay. Do you have any idea how that month's worth of footage got erased?
I can only speculate that since it's an older device, if it's not plugged into power, eventually the hard drive just deletes the images.
So you don't know that. Right?
But not for sure. No, I can't see.
No power. The hard drive just formats itself on its own.
And as far as it being not plugged into power, well, you don't know how that works. You're speculating that if you unplug this machine, you don't know what happens, right?
Correct, yeah.
But the machine did work when you plugged it back in, right?
Yes, yeah.
And it continued doing what it was supposed to do, keeping footage, saving it.
Yes.
At any given time, you've got about a month's worth of footage before it starts recording old footage.
Yeah, correct.
All right, sir, thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Cisneros, how far does your camera that faces the alleyway, what's the width and length or length that it captures? Like how far does it capture out?
It'll capture where my property ends in reference to the alleyway. It'll capture individuals or vehicles passing through the alleyway.
Only through the alleyway?
Well, it's mainly focused, like I mentioned, my yard is very small. It's only 5 feet from the back of the house to the fence line. So the whole purpose is just to focus on my property in case there's any trespassers or for whatever reason. But since it has a wide view, it does record, it'll see anything in the alleyway. But that's not its intended purpose. It's mainly just to keep an eye on my property in the back.
Now, this incident happened at 1237 Northwest 14th Street. Can you tell us how close that address is to your house?
We're on the same block. My house is on 15th Street, and then that address is right behind us.
Would your cameras capture all the way to that house?
No, there's heavy shrubbery, trees. The only thing you can see is just trees. There's really nothing, you can't really see anything past that point.
So it wouldn't have captured, even if it wanted to, it wouldn't have been able to capture it?
No, not past that point, no.
Judge, permission to retrieve was already been admitted into evidence as states 6. Mr. Cisneros, can you show, permission to step down, Judge, the witness?
Give him the pink pen. Let's do some more pink pen drawings on this.
Can you show the jury where your house is in reference to the alleyway?
My house is this.
That bailiff on the other side of the judge is so bored.
So when you mention your cameras only capture here?
Yes. There's a doorway here, and cameras are difficult to tell, but this is actually it right here. And pretty much this is what it seems.
Look at the bailiff.
Now, are you able to say
phone.
what direction, when you viewed that video, the male was running?
Here, he came out of this area.
I think he's playing the game.
Camera actually seen here. So it looked like he came from this general direction, and then he ran this way. Came from this direction, came in the view of the camera around here, and then he ran this way. Like I said, he disappeared for about a minute, and he comes stumbling back, and he actually, this is a canopy of a tree, but my camera can see underneath it. And it drops around here.
And then where does the female that you see in the video approach from with the vehicle?
I believe it was this general direction, because since it was dark, the headlights illuminated this entire area. So that vehicle was there the entire time. And then she walks him initially, then just paces back and forth several times until the first police officer arrives.
Thank you. Please step back. Were you able to see in the video if she was ever on the phone or anything?
No, I can't say for sure. Like I mentioned before, she goes out of view of the camera several times, so it's possible.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions.
You can step down. Folks, I need to take about a 10-minute break before we go on to the next witness. We'll probably go till about 12:30 today, and then we'll take our break at 12:30. So
And we're going to zoom in ahead through.
All right, for the jurors.
All right, so
We'll go ahead and take that 10-minute break now. And then you have one more witness this morning?
I do. His testimony will be.
guess we don't get to hear this part. Bummer. Nothing. Okay. So we're going to zoom ahead because we can. They're taking a 10-minute break. We're not going to take that break. Wait for it. There we go. All right, we're back. This is crazy. I don't remember what time it was because it was late at night, but this happened on my video. It's like, okay, hang on, you can't tell us when this happened?
If it's a little before 12:30.
We should be able to before 12:30.
And then we just cross-examine after lunch.
It,
But you have free reign to end a little bit before 12:30 if that's the natural break. Do not end up with 12:30.
It's the next officer that we're calling is the canine officer who found the firearm, so it shouldn't be.
All right, with the jurors.
Jurors, count for lawyers and slip, you can be seated. The plan is still to break at 12:30 for lunch. The next witness to the state.
Yes, Your Honor, the state called Victor Gill.
Okay, so we can see the court time is 12:05. They're going to take lunch at 12:30. The canine detective is going to come up and testify about the dog finding the gun in the palm tree bush. We're going to take lunch and zoom through that.
We found so starting the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
I like that big star on the back of the shirt. That was cool.
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
Can you state your name for the record?
Victor Gill.
Okay. And can you please tell the jury what's your current occupation?
I am a deputy sheriff with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
Going on 26 years.
So what exactly is your current assignment then with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
I am a canine handler with the within the narcotics section, and I have a firearms detection dog.
Okay. So can you describe to the jury what some of your roles are as a canine handler?
My daily roles are to assist detectives in their investigations where they need to locate or assistance in searching for anything related to a firearm.
Now, back in June of 2022, what was your assignment? Were you still a canine handler?
Yes.
Okay. So what type of training do you need to undergo as a canine handler?
Myself and the dog in our unit, the way that it is the dog and I are chosen. We're both in my situation. I was a green handler, meaning I never handled a canine prior to this, and the dog was never on any scent, meaning the odor that they have to detect. So we both start off green. We have an independent trainer who trains us together, puts us through a whole process. And the dog, basically everyone knows what a dog does. They love to find food. We use that natural instinct to train them to find. We give them a toy. From the toy, we insert the odors that we want them to find. And then we go through the process of training together.
So what's your canine's name then?
It's a female Belgian Malinois named Nani, Nany.
So you had mentioned that you were green with Nani. When did that happen? When did you guys first start working together?
In February, I got to canine in February of 2018.
Okay, so then by 2022, you had already been together for a few years, then, right?
That is correct.
All right. So I want to break down a little bit about what you talked about regarding scent and how they're trained to find a certain type of scent with your toy.
Yes.
What exactly is Nani trained to find then, and how did you guys do that?
So, like I said, it's the natural instinct of the dog to search and to find food. We take that natural instinct and we introduce what is a toy. I didn't bring my Kong, but it's a Kong. It's usually a red or black toy. We introduce that. We play with them to see their enthusiasm, to see how much they actually interact with you. In that process, now we introduce the two odors. The two odors that we associated to firearms are gun oil and black powder. The reason for those two odors is because black powder obviously is in ammunition. So when a firearm is fired, it also causes combustion, which makes the round go out the barrel. So that stays in the on the casing or on the actual firearm. The gun oil, every firearm from manufacturing, from the first day that it has to be lubricated so that it can move, all the mechanical parts can move freely. So that's why you have gun oil and black powder. And they both have to be from inception fired to make sure that the firearm is working. So we know from the day one, whenever this firearm was sold, it had to be through a testing process to make sure that it works and that it's oiled properly. So those two odors are the two that we associated to the firearm.
Okay. So you mentioned, though, that you're in the narcotics section, but you look for firearms. Is your dog trained to look for narcotics too then, or?
No. In our section, what we have is what we call single purpose. So sometimes you'll see some dogs will have what they call bite dogs, and then they also can alert to odors. Our dogs are single purpose, so we only focus on one thing, and for my dog, it's just firearm detection.
And how often is Nani trained then?
With our department, we have to certify every year with an independent someone who certifies us. Ours is through FIU, Florida International University, and it's the International Forensics Research Institute. Sends out an independent person who is not attached to our department, and they run us through a testing. I do 4 areas outside of casings and firearms, and then 4 areas interior, and I have to find all 8 of those aids in those locations to pass certification every year.
I have a couple more questions about Nani.
Okay.
Has Nani ever had any other handler?
No.
So you've been the only person with Nani?
Yeah, she will retire with me.
Okay. Now, does Nani just use her sense of smell, or is she trying to hear or look for things with her eyes?
It actually calls for speculation.
The dogs are based off odor. So when we don't see it, they don't look for the actual item. Again, it's the odor that emanates from the item. So it's the black powders and the oils is what the dog is actually alerting to.
Okay. So I want to bring your attention then to the morning of June 25th, 2022, Saturday. Were you on duty that day?
I was called out on that day.
Okay. So you were called out, but did you respond to 1237 Northwest 14th Street in Homestead, Florida?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you responded to the scene, how does that start off? What do you do?
I usually make contact with the detectives. We do so many of these calls that we're just tools for the detectives. So we usually respond to the scene. We speak to the detectives that called us out to see how they need us to assist them in whatever way.
So when you arrived on the scene, were there other officers already present there, or what?
Yeah, there was already other officers present.
Was it still night out, or was it day?
From what I recall, it was day.
Okay. So, were you given any specific roles or tasks during when you arrived?
Like I said, I don't remember the whole incident in its entirety, but I do, per my report, recall that I was asked to search a location, a residence, and an exterior part of a residence. I was tasked, per my report, from what I recall, I was tasked to search a residence and the exterior front location of a residence.
Now, at this time, as you're there with Nani, is there any other canine unit that's there at the same time?
From looking at one of the reports, there was another the handler that was present.
Okay. Now, what do you do in order to prepare Nani to start looking for any evidence on the scene?
For the interior search, one of the first things that we would do is run through the house or conduct a walkthrough of the house to make sure that the house is safe and there aren't any objects or anything that would interfere with the dogs, especially for safety concerns, for myself or the dog.
So, we talked about that there were multiple places, that Nani had done a search. On the actual property itself, inside or outside, did Nani locate anything?
Yes.
What did she locate?
A firearm.
Okay. Do you remember how she ended up locating that?
Yes, that's the part that I do remember because it was not a normal situation. I was searching the front location of the area, and as I was searching the area, my dog pulls me towards a tree, areca palm tree, and goes into the branches or leaves of it and sits down, and that's how we know. And that's her form of letting us know that there's something present.
Okay. So is Nani on a leash as well too?
Yes.
Now, are you standing in front of her, leading her where to go?
No.
You're letting her take control then?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'm now showing defense what's been already introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 14. Now, what are you looking at here in this image?
The areca palm tree.
Okay. Is that the palm tree that you were just describing that Nani took you to?
Yes.
Now, we see this here. When Nani had sat down and signaled to you that there was something in the area, were you able to see it with your eyes what was there?
No, I was not.
Okay. So what do you do next then as you're being alerted to this area?
I know that someone was assisting me from what I remember. We moved the branches, and as we moved the branches apart, you could see what appeared to be a butt of a firearm.
And is that the butt of the firearm you're describing?
Yes.
And that's what you saw on that day with Nani?
That is correct.
Now, when you locate that, are you grabbing the firearm or touching it in any way?
No.
What do you do then?
I just notify the homicide detectives and the crime scene technicians just for a chain of custody to make sure that they can itemize and document the property properly.
So now that you've located the firearm itself, are you and Nani looking for anything else?
I know that we continue to search to a certain extent, but there was nothing else that my dog located.
Did you find any spent bullet casings?
No, I did not.
Did you locate any empty magazines or anything else, or just the firearm?
Just the firearm.
Okay, Your Honor, a moment to confirm.
I'm going through the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office directory
Your Honor, no
of
further
police
questions at
dogs,
this time.
so I can show you a picture.
No.
But Nani's not very photogenic, I guess.
Have a good day.
Oh, there it is. Finally.
We're going to go earlier than I anticipated, not a bad thing. So we'll take a lunch break until 1:30. That should give you all enough time to travel, go wherever you need to go, or stay in the building if you want to go to the cafeteria or first floor, or the cafeteria on the bottom floor. I'm going to remind you again not to discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anybody else, not to do any research about this case. If you see anyone involved in this case, whether it's the defendant, this claim, the lawyers, or any witnesses or potential witnesses, there are my instructions to ignore you. Please ignore them.
I'm going to show you the dog while she keeps talking.
Them on the probably third floor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and take your notebooks.
That's Nanny.
Put them in the envelope like yesterday. We'll take them from you, and then you can give them back to you once you come back.
That's also a very old police car.
We'll aim to start testimony at 1:30, so please plan accordingly so we can start at 1:30, okay?
All right, to adjourn.
That is an old police car. Probably used for training. Anyway, good looking pup. Oh, now we're looking at the bench, the bar, something. We're going to zoom through this because we can. Let's just make sure nothing happens here while the jury's out.
So we'll come back and we'll plan to start before 1:30. So we'll have this meeting ready for us. So we'll come back to you just before 1:30. Could you inform Mr. Tomas what witnesses you would start to call for today?
I can let everybody know. I'm calling Danny Morales next. He is one of the suspects on the scene. I've spoken to Mr. Tomas as well. I need to talk to Detective Morales first. I'm probably going to be introducing the defense phone up at this point and publishing one of the ring camera videos with Detective Hernandez, but I need to speak to him first before I do that. I'm calling my DNA expert, my firearms expert, another canine officer, and I think that's a good place to stop for the day. And then tomorrow I'll have one of my detectives, my actual phone extraction officer, and medical examiner. I think that's it.
So 3 witnesses tomorrow?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. I never asked you this, Mr. Tomas. I know we've been talking freely about the victim. Is there a stipulation to legal ID?
We're going to get to that, but yes.
I will be stipulating, yes.
All right.
I have a stipulation.
Okay. So thank you for talking before. Although I do know how this goes, right? We're gonna have a family member on the witness stand.
No, I'm not.
I know, but just so Ms. Lynn understands why you're stipulating
Yes.
to the legal ID, even though everyone's been speaking freely about who this man was, it still needs to be proven that he was Adrian Hernandez, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll come back right before 1:30. If you guys need me beforehand, let us know. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Off the record. All right, we're going to zoom ahead because we can. Zoom. Lunch is over. And we're back.
Your next week.
Next week.
And your last name?
R-I-O-E-E.
He's also an officer?
Yes, Your Honor. R-I-O-E-E.
D-E?
E is a boy.
Did you want me to open this history?
One at a time.
Ding dong. Who is it? Waiting for our next witness. Wish the judge would turn on her mic so we could hear what she says. She's sort of a key player in courts and all. When you said the next witness was ready, do you mean he's been subpoenaed or that he's outside the courtroom? Asking for a friend. Be More, we actually wrote a song inspired by that story. We've got a great song to listen to. It's called Daisy in the Wall. And Julia, he's like, she says, is the witness outside the courthouse? We may get caught up today. We'll be very close if not.
All right, the jurors.
This portion of the trial is sponsored by Dell, Converse, Nike, Adidas, Converse again, Wellingtons. I'm not sure what those were. That's got to be like a Nike. Or maybe possibly a Reebok.
All my nerves, and then so the plan still is to take a quick coffee break at 3 p.m., which should be quicker than yesterday, and to be done at 5:30 today. So that's the plan. So, as far as state, you're ready to
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Officer Rio.
Look between the prosecution and defense. They have like a pile of cords right there in the pathway that they have to walk over. There was some New Balance in there. I think you were right. I think the white ones might have been New Balance.
Raise your hand, please. You solemnly swear to affirm the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Oh, I think I saw him. He's another canine handler.
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Deputy Harold Ryobi.
Okay. And what is your current position and employer?
I'm employed by the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, and my current duties, I'm a field training officer for Miami-Dade.
Now, back in 2022, what was your role, or what was your position?
I was a firearms canine handler.
Okay. And what exactly did you do as a firearm canine handler?
I would help with homicide investigations, any type of investigation that a firearm was used.
Okay. So were you in this role then around June 25th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Now, what type of training do you have to undergo to be a canine handler then?
When we first get our dog, we go through a stringent 6-week initial training where we get the firearm canine we imprint the dog as far as to learn the odors of gunpowder and gun oil.
Okay. Now, what was the name of your canine around this time?
Trigger.
And with Trigger, how long had you been working with him then?
When this occurred, approximately 8 years.
Okay. Now, is Trigger still working today?
No, Trigger's retired.
And why did Trigger retire?
He was getting up in age. I had the opportunity to either get another dog and stay as a firearm handler, or since Trigger I didn't want to get another dog because I've been on 25 years. So I could leave at any point. I didn't want to have to train another dog and possibly have the dog go to somebody else or anything. So I just left the program.
Okay. But Trigger was working in 2022 then, right?
Yes.
All right. What type of training did Trigger have to go through in order to get this specialization in firearm detection?
Well, it's an associative training where Trigger learns gunpowder and gun oil. And once he's able to determine, where the gunpowder, gun oil is, he learns by, we praise him and he continues on to other.
Was Trigger trained for any other types of scent other than firearms?
No, we're a single odor organization.
Okay. Now, how often did Trigger need to be trained when he was working?
We pretty much trained weekly or daily, actually.
Okay. And how many handlers did Trigger have around this time?
Just one.
And it was you, right?
Just myself.
Okay. So I want to bring your attention to the weekend of June 25th and 26th of 2022. Now, were you on duty that day?
Yes, I was.
And did you respond to the scene of 1237 Northwest 14th Street and Homestead?
Yes, I did.
All right. When you went to that scene, what exactly was your role, or what did you do when you first arrived?
I was requested to respond by Detective Hubbard. Once I got there, I was advised that a homicide had occurred, and they gave me areas to run my dog.
Okay. Now, when you were there with Detective Hubbard, was this for a secondary canvas?
Yes, it was.
Now, what is the purpose of a secondary canvas?
Just she was doing her due diligence to make sure that all areas were covered.
Now, are you looking in a specific area with Trigger, or is it just free roam?
No, Trigger's on leash, and Trigger does what he does as far as like any other dog, walking around, smelling, trying to pick up any odors that he could find as far as if there's gun oil or gunpowder.
So how does Trigger essentially let you know that he found something?
Trigger is 10 years old.
If he does find something, he'll go to a seated position.
And this is Trigger.
And is that standard then for, canines? Or
yes.
Birthday's December 4th. He'll turn 11.
Now, was there any specific area in this case that you were looking for that Detective Hubbard took you to?
It was whatever area that I was directed to run.
Now, during your search, did you end up finding anything?
No, I did not.
Did you end up searching the property of where the shooting occurred?
It's a good-looking dog.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm now publishing what's already been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit.
Dog is retired, yes. His birthday's on December 4th.
Were these the areas that you searched with Trigger?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you find any firearms?
No, I did not.
Did you find any spent casings?
I did not.
Did you find anything at all with Trigger?
No, I did not.
Did you yourself see anything with your own eyes that Trigger might not have found?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, one last question about Trigger. Does he lead you where to go, or do you lead him?
I take him to a specific area, and pretty much he leads me.
Your Honor, just a moment to confirm. No further questions, Your Honor.
That's all they need for this guy. No, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Riob.
Thank you, man.
Stay close, Jason Felix.
Jason Felix up next. The name Trigger sounds a little on the nose given his career path. Yes. Do you have gloves? That's the international sign for gloves. Do you have gloves? Gloves? Need gloves.
You found swear friend that testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Ooh, it's ASMR time. Here we go.
Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
My name is Jason Felix, last name spelled Felix.
And Mr. Felix, where do you work?
I work for the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked there?
8 years and 8 months.
And what do you do for the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
I work for the Forensic Technology Division, which is actually the crime lab. I work in the Forensic Identification Section, NIBIN Test Firing Unit. My work duty is to test fire, crime scene recovered, and found property firearms.
Spare time, I flex and rip shirts.
What, if any, training that you have to do or experiences that you do to be in your position?
So this position is based on mostly previous work experience. I was in the Army for 4 years. including a deployment to Iraq and Kuwait in 2004.
Thank you for your service.
So I have extensive experience with firearms and ammunition. After that, I was a police officer with New York City Police Department for 5 years. I also worked in federal corrections in the municipal corrections city jail for 2 years. I got divorced and I moved down to Florida and continued my law enforcement journey here with a stint with state corrections for a year while I was waiting to be hired by the former Miami-Dade Police Department. And I have been with this agency for 8 years and 8 months. I decided that I wanted to forego work in sworn law enforcement and become a civilian working in a crime lab due to previous experience. So I completed my education. I got a bachelor's degree from Purdue University, and I applied for this position.
So it'd be fair to say that you're fairly well versed with firearms?
Yes, that would be accurate.
Okay. Now, were you asked
See what you did
to
there?
test anything in this case?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and when we say this case, is that PD 220625210510513?
Yes, that is the case number.
And is that the case that we're here for today?
Yes, it is.
What, if anything, did you have or assigned to test in this case?
Yes, so my supervisor assigned me a firearm under the case number that he mentioned. And the way that goes for my position, I'll show the jury. I'm given a property receipt. So this is a copy of the property receipt under the case number.
That's not evidence yet.
And again, I'm assigned firearms evidence. We have a secure vault in our section that stores all of the containers of the firearms. Each container has a unique barcode identifying that that is the correct package. It is affixed with the case number. So I will go to the vault and retrieve that container number, match up the Miami-Dade Police case number with the container number, and take that container back to my desk and begin my process.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what a semi-automatic firearm is?
Yes. Do you want me to explain the cycle of fire?
However you want to do it.
Sure. Okay, so a semi-automatic hand firearm, commonly known as a gun, is a device that is made up of a barrel and an action from which a projectile is fired by means of a small explosion. And I will walk you through the process of firing a gun. So a semi-automatic handgun is going to be loaded with a magazine, which is commonly referred to in civilian vernacular as a clip. It's incorrect. It's actually a magazine. It is a tubular cylinder or box shape.
Totally tubular.
And it is top loaded with ammunition cartridges until it is filled to maximum capacity. That magazine is inserted into a slot that you grip on the handgun. That's going to be the magazine well. At that point, the semi-automatic firearm is loaded. So the individual in possession of that firearm will rack the slide back of the firearm and release it. When they release the slide, it will simultaneously strip a cartridge from that magazine and seat it into the chamber. The chamber of that firearm is now locked. This is now a locked and loaded live firearm. With a pull of the trigger, one pull of the trigger, it is going to release a firing pin or a hammer, which will strike forward, and it is going to strike the end of the cartridge, which has a detonating charge, which is known as a primer. The primer is going to cause a small explosion and ignite the gunpowder. The gunpowder in that casing is going to propel highly pressurized gases and shoot the projectile from the chamber down the barrel towards its intended target. At the time that projectile is being shot, the casing is going to be ejected from that semi-automatic firearm through the ejection port and land in and around the person who fired that firearm. Now, this firearm
Doesn't
is a
land in the person.
semi-automatic firearm because with each successive pull of the trigger, the firing cycle process will repeat itself until the magazine is emptied.
Your Honor, permission to retrieve evidence and publish evidence? Thank you.
But he's spot on the rest.
Introduced as case 15.
Yes.
I have some cards if you want to take that out. Do you see on there, though, while you do that, do you see a case number?
Yes.
Is that the same case number that
These
we're talking
gloves
about?
from. I think they stole the gloves from the janitor's closet.
Yes, this is the correct case number as well as the correct container number.
Like full-on Rubbermaid.
This is the barcode that I previously mentioned that has the police case number and the unique container number that matches the property receipt and the contents of the package.
So I'm going to ask you to take out that firearm as well as the other contents. Now you mentioned a couple of terms, firearm, magazine, cartridge, etc. Can you please, when you pull it out, can you explain to the jury what each one is?
Some of the contents are fastened to the original container for safety purposes. So this is going to be the semi-automatic firearm. This is the magazine, which contains the cartridges that are loaded into the magazine, and the magazine is inserted into the magazine well. This is the slide. You will rack this rearward and release it. The cartridge is stripped from the top of the magazine. It's going to be seated into the chamber. This is a chamber. Pull the trigger.
Pew, pew.
The projectile, commonly referred to as a bullet, is shot towards its intended target. What is left is the casing that is ejected from the ejection port. And again, this will land in and around the person who is shooting this firearm.
Do you mind actually opening up where the casings are and showing that to the members of the jury? Scissors.
Scissors.
You can use the stapler.
Yeah.
Or your teeth.
If it's easier too, I have a projector behind me.
These gloves are Rubbermaid gloves. They're so heavy duty.
A little more.
The only thing you can do with gloves on is pretty much pee your pants. And you're finding it out right now. Oh, there it goes. That looked like a full...
So these are the casings that okay, I gotta explain this.
Well, before we do that, can you just show them what we're talking about when we're talking about casing?
These are bullets.
These are casings.
Have not been fired. Oh, they have.
This is the head stamp of a casing. The head stamp of the casing is going to contain the caliber of the bullet and the manufacturer. So in this instance, this casing was manufactured by Federal Cartridge. That's what the FC on the head stamp stands for, and it also bears 9mm markings. This is a 9mm caliber firearm.
They looked like Federals to me.
The firing pin of the hammer is going to strike in the middle. I know it's hard, you can't see it. It's going to leave a unique shape. The detonating charge is going to be somewhere underneath the lip of this casing, and the gases are going to shoot through a small hole. This briefly expands, and the projectile, which is the bullet, is what is shot through the barrel. The casing is ejected from here.
Now, you mentioned that when a firearm, somebody pulls a trigger, that casing will end up around or near where that person shot. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if, for example, I'm standing here, I shoot right here, a casing will fall somewhere around my person?
Somewhere in the vicinity, depending on the power, how powerful the firearm is, and even it can also be determined of how the person is holding the firearm when they're shooting it.
Okay. Now, I know you were about to explain about those casings that you collected. Can you walk us through what you did in this case?
Sure. So, again, I was assigned this firearm. I retrieved the container from our secure vault. I bring this property back to my desk. We have an online evidence tracking system, so through each step of the process, I tell my evidence tracking system what step I'm currently at. And then I begin the practical work on this case, which I will have to refer to my property receipt to tell me, because this case was over 3 years old and I work with a high volume of firearms. So
If it's easier to, I can take that back.
Okay, yeah, that would be.
If you don't mind just putting it back aside.
Sure.
Wow.
Okay, so
those gloves.
This casework, we work off of, again, a property receipt. There's actual.
Wow. The gloves were white inside.
Laboratory analysis
They were
report.
Rubbermaids.
As you can see, it's sort of a checklist. And the police officer or lead investigator is going to check off what type of work, what type of processing that they're requesting to be done with this firearm. So this laboratory analysis report, the lead investigator is requesting biology and latents. Since they request biology, that means that I have to swab this gun for any possible DNA that may be uncovered later on. So that is the first thing that is done with the firearm. I open up the contents with protective equipment, which is going to be latex gloves, a lab coat, and a surgical mask.
The gloves were
so I don't
fully
transfer
lined
my
on the
DNA
inside.
accidentally to the evidence. I open up the box, and now I make sure the contents inside the box, inside the container, match up with what the investigator translated to the property receipt. Everything matches up, caliber, make, model, which I'm going to have to explain because do you want me to explain that? Okay. So this can be confusing because the information that I uncovered when I opened up the container revealed that this is a 9mm caliber, unknown make and model firearm with no serial number. However, a firearms manufacturing company that is known for just making firearm parts has an engraving on the handle, on the grip of the firearm. That company is known as Polymer 80 Inc. So I have to explain to them what privately made firearms are, which are widely known as ghost guns. This company, Polymer 80 Inc., circumvents the federal requirements of having firearms registered and serialized because you can go to their website and just order a gun kit. A gun kit would be a frame that is mailed to you in a jig, a cutout, and it has simple instructions. And that is what is known as an 80% firearm because it's nearly constructed. The only thing you would need to do at that point is acquire a slide and a barrel from another firearm company. And in a simple internet search, anyone can put that gun together. That is what's known as privately made firearms or ghost guns. And they are nicknamed ghost guns because they're not traceable. They don't have a serial number. The firearm in this container, to my surprise, was a ghost gun, has no serial number. The lead investigator had recorded that the model number is a PF940C. That is correct for the firearm company that makes frames, but it is not a factual for recording purposes. I cannot actually say that that is the make and model of this firearm. So for documentation, we record it as a 9mm unknown make and model with no serial number.
Did you test fire this gun?
Yes, I did.
Can you walk us through what the process is? I know you mentioned getting masked up, gloved up, but can you walk us through the actual process of test firing the firearm?
So the investigator requested for biology and latents. The first step before I test fire this firearm again, is once I have established that the actual contents in the package match up with the property receipt, and I made my necessary corrections, this being an unknown make and model, I recorded the information on the property receipt and in our online tracking system. I have my protective equipment on, gloves, surgical mask, and a lab coat. And I'm gonna set aside 3 swabs, and I will swab with a Q-tip and treated water the front sight of the firearm, which is the barrel, and the actual hand grip and the trigger of the firearm. And then we're also gonna swab the magazine. The reason why we swab the top of the magazine, which is known as the magazine lips, is because the proper way to load ammunition into a magazine is to hold it with one hand and press down on top of the magazine, usually with your thumb. That's going to present DNA in and around the lip of the magazine, so we swab the top of the magazine. So those 3 swabs are then packaged into a brown paper bag, sealed with all of the pedigree information, being the case number, container number, make, model, caliber, firearm. It's also going to have my name and my badge number. And that package is then sealed and set aside to be sent to our central evidence reception center to be forwarded to the biology section for processing. The next step in the process, since this investigator requested for latents for the actual cartridge, which is the bullet that was submitted with this case, I will take it to, we have a super glue fumigating chamber, which is a square shaped glass contraption, and I will remove the requested cartridge and from the package, place it in the center of the container, and we will super glue fumigate it. And the actual ingredient is cyanoacrylate ester, which anyone can buy. If you have crazy glue in your house, that is what it is. That is what super glue is. So we apply a dime to quarter-sized amount onto a small aluminum tray, place that onto a heating pad, and we close the super glue container, and smoke it. Fumigates for about a half-hour cycle. Once that's completed, I will remove the evidence, which was the cartridge, and place that back into its original package and seal it and date it with my initials and badge number. Now, finally, we begin the test firing process, which is the operability. Again, with gloves, protective equipment, I will perform a function test on this firearm. Now, a basic function test consists of removing a firearm from the package, racking the slide back, and making sure that the chamber closes, locks, and battery. I will also be checking for any loose parts, any damaged parts, like a physical safety, any slide locks, making sure that they all are in serviceable and safe operating condition. Once I've determined that this firearm is safe to operate, I will then point it downrange in our indoor range in a safe manner, and I will dry fire. Dry fire just means pulling the trigger with no ammunition. So what I'm checking for when I pull the trigger is an audible click as well as a physical click, which lets me know that this firearm can shoot ammunition. The audible click tells me it has a working firing pin. At that point, I will use an engraving tool, and I will take 2 9mm test fires from our ammunition storage closet, and I am going to take that engraving tool and engrave on my test fire casings PD 22, which stands for Police Department, 22 being the year of this case, the last 6 numbers of this case number, which is 210513, and then my initials JF and T1, which stands for test fire 1. And that same information will go on the second test fire casing, but that will have T2 for test fire 2. I will take those test fires that I prepared and load them into the magazine and successfully test fire that firearm. The casings, again, land in and around my person. I retrieve those casings from the floor of our firing range, and I know that those are the test fire casings that I just produced because they have my initials on the casings. At that point, Test firing is complete. This firearm was successfully test fired, and then it's on to a brief microscopic examination where I compare both of my test fires, and I choose the one that I feel like has a more obvious ejection mark, which is a tool mark that occurs on each casing when it is ejected during firing. Once I have determined one casing is better for comparison versus the other, that casing is then oriented and entered into our Ayden software. Ayden is an act.
We don't need to talk about that.
I don't need to talk about Ayden? Okay, so then the test fire and the operability is complete, and that's all work that I have done with this case.
Were you able to confirm that this firearm itself was operable?
Yes.
Was there any evidence of any kind of malfunction or misfire or anything like that?
No. If there is an issue that occurs in the realm of troubleshooting, I actually record that information on the property receipt and in this small box, additional notes on the laboratory analysis form. I didn't have to record anything because there were no issues. There were no troubleshooting issues during my operability testing.
Now, I know that you said that the casings you shot were around your area, correct?
Yes.
And those were collected?
Yes.
Great. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross?
No, Your Honor.
Nothing. All right. Did a great job. Loves his job. Gonna approach. A little static, please. Leaving everybody but the defendant with the sidebar. Come on. The static has got to go away. There we go. The ghost gun, the polymer 80. That's not polymer alpha delta. It's polymer 80. Interesting little website. Go through it to say you want a P80 pistol, and they say for your safety and anonymity, we advise caution to protect your privacy and prevent any unforeseen circumstances. We strongly encourage the use of cryptocurrency for payments. That's the first time we've had a ghost gun in court. We've had some serial numbers filed off. What are we waiting for?
Yeah. Yeah.
I believe the state took custody of the child. Oh, it's a real gun. It's 100% real gun. They just only make 80% of the gun. So it's not technically a gun yet, and you finish it yourself. And it's a loophole around some of the laws. Child's with her family. Paternal grandmother has it. Okay, good to know.
Yeah, thank you.
I think the state initially took custody, but
Is it closed yet over there?
I don't know, actually.
Huh?
It's got a bread.
the baby's with the father's mom.
Thank you.
This moment of ASMR brought to you by we don't know what, but there is a delay. We can zoom. Let's do that. We are going to zoom just a little bit to see when the delay ends. Let's see. Are we there?
Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourselves to the members?
Wait. Not there. Okay, here we are. There's our witness.
You signed for a firm and testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourselves to the members of the jury?
Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Cosette, Cosettete Alvarez, and I am a forensic biologist with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you been employed there?
It will be 25 years in 2 weeks.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Can you tell us what your duties are at the crime lab?
Yes, sure. So my duties consist of performing DNA analysis on various types of samples for different criminal cases, and as well as performing a peer review of those cases, which basically means making sure that the data obtained is accurate and the results are reproducible and accurate and without errors.
Can you just tell the members of the jury briefly about your educational background?
Yes. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology from Florida International University, as well as a certification in forensic science from FIU as well.
And in addition to your education, do you get any specialized education or training in the field of forensic DNA analysis?
Yes, so essentially before I'm able to work case samples, I have to undergo a series of qualifying exams to be able to demonstrate that I can perform the tests that are needed to be done routinely and that I can obtain reliable results.
And how do you maintain your education in this field after it's completed?
Right, so to continue performing my duties, I am required to undergo what's known as continuing education yearly, at least 8 hours of continuing education, and that is attending conferences or participating in training within the laboratory.
Now, the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office Crime Lab, is that an accredited lab?
Yes, it is an accredited lab.
So if you go to CrimeCon every year?
So the agency is known as ANAB, which, forgive me because it's an acronym within an acronym. I don't know why they did that, but it basically stands for American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
Okay. And do you know how long the lab has been accredited for?
Yes, so the lab has been accredited since 1989 by an organization that was called ASCLD Lab, American Society of Crime Laboratory Directors, and then they merged with ANAB back in 2019. So since 1989, basically since the lab has conducted DNA testing, we've been accredited.
And what does it actually mean to be accredited?
So accreditation basically means that the laboratory meets and exceeds basically protocols that are in place for reliable and accurate scientific testing.
Now, is it part of the lab's requirements that each analyst take a proficiency test semi-annually?
Yes, in order to be able to still continue doing casework, performing casework, there has to be a proficiency test done every 6 months, basically.
And where do those tests come from?
There are different agencies that are that can administer it, and the agency that administers ours is called Collaborative Testing Services, and they're accredited and they're known. It's an agency that's known for providing this service to many labs within the U.S.
And when you're doing these tests, do you know the results before you take them?
No.
Have you ever failed a proficiency test?
No, I have not.
Now, when it comes to biology and genetics, are you also including certain statistics in that?
Yes, so part of the training deals with being able to perform statistical calculations after results are obtained, after data is obtained.
And do you get specialized training for that as well?
Yes, it has its own training that includes lectures that were part of my degree in biology, and also training within the laboratory that pertains specifically to performing calculations for different casework samples.
And roughly how many times have you conducted a serological or DNA analysis?
So I have done thousands of tests. So serology, by the way, it's different from DNA testing. That's just preliminary testing for the presence of biological fluids such as blood, semen, saliva, etc. Not every case has that. In fact, this particular case did not have serological testing done.
Do you test air
but yes,
vents?
that's different from DNA testing, and that's considered, serology is considered a preliminary testing.
Okay. Now, let's talk about DNA for a moment and DNA analysis. Can you actually explain what DNA is?
Yes, it's basically the blueprint, genetic blueprint of all living things. It's within our cells, and in this case, forensically, it's what allows us to differentiate between individuals and allows me to make comparisons between data that's obtained in, say, evidence samples and compared to data obtained from like blood or saliva swab from an individual, and try to determine a common origin if there is one.
Okay. And where is DNA actually found in the body?
So it's found all throughout your body, in your skin cells, saliva, blood, biological fluids, hair, like I said, skin cells. When you touch things, you deposit DNA cells from the skin, and those are some of the examples.
Okay. And I know you mentioned blood, saliva, skin. Are the DNA that is in my blood, for example, the same that is in my hair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, each person's DNA, is that unique?
Yes, with the exception of course, identical twins who have the same set of DNA markers.
Now, can one person's DNA change into another? For example, can my DNA become your DNA?
No.
Okay. Even if I mix two DNA samples together?
So if you mix two samples together, you'll get a mixture of DNA profiles, but it doesn't morph into one. You have a representation from both sets of genetic markers.
A weird question. Can my DNA become your DNA?
Now, when you're looking at somebody's
Are you
DNA
hitting on me?
profile, can you tell certain things about them? Like hair color, gender, skin color, or not skin color, excuse me, eye color?
So for our purposes, no. The markers that we test in the laboratory, they do not code for hair color or skin color or any of those things. It's basically just data, as if to be able to distinguish between samples. So everyone has their own unique code, and it's basically represented in terms of numbers. It's almost like everybody has their own cell phone number, and that number is unique to the person, so that if I dial a specific number, I should only get that specific person. So that's basically a representation of what we see.
Can you go through the different steps of DNA, the process for DNA analysis?
Yes, so it can be a lengthy process. I'll just do a summary. So we have what we know as the extraction step, and this step is basically to be able to separate the cells from the sample that is provided. A lot of the cases I have, samples come in the form of swabs, like cotton applicators. So it's basically separating the skin cells from the cotton fabric itself. So that would be step one, and purifying that DNA. So then comes a step of quantification, which basically means we're, through the use of instruments, we want to estimate more or less how much DNA there is in the sample. And this is important for the following step, which is known as the amplification step, in which multiple copies, using instruments, multiple copies are made of these different regions that we test through using a series of instruments. I don't know if you guys have heard of PCR, especially with the pandemic, when we were asked, well, did you get a PCR test? Okay, so that protocol, PCR, that's the amplification step. So after multiple copies are made of the different DNA regions that we analyze, we're doing this to be able to have a visual representation on an instrument. So after making multiple copies, these areas or fragments are tagged with different colors, and it allows us to see them on an instrument. So this is the analysis portion. So after the analysis portion, there's an interpretation step. So after the analysis, I obtain data. And this data, like I said, is in the form of numbers. Everybody has their own set of numbers, like a phone number. And it is shown as peaks, and each peak is one number. So in the interpretation step, I'm basically comparing the peaks from the evidence samples to those of whatever standards I've received from an individual to see if there's a match, if they're the same, basically. And the final step would be, let's say we have determined, or I have determined that there's a match, like the DNA information from the evidence matches that of the standard. The next step would be to basically speak as to the significance of that match. What that means is what are the chances that somebody else in the population can have that same set of numbers or that same DNA profile. So it gives weight to the actual match.
Now, when you're doing all that work, are there steps taken to ensure and prevent contamination?
Yes, of course, every single step, at every single step, there are different ways of minimizing contamination.
Now, after you do all these steps, including the statistical analysis that you mentioned a minute ago, is your work reviewed?
Yes, it is peer reviewed.
Why?
Because it's a way to make sure that the data is accurate and reliable, as I said. And there are two different types of reviews. One is a technical review, which in this case, the reviewer will go through the data obtained and they reach their own conclusions, and then they compare it to what I obtain and my own conclusions. And then there's an administrative review, which is basically making sure that there are no typographical errors, that there are no mistakes with spelling or grammar or things like that, but that's the administrative side. And
in this case, what type of analysis did you use?
So the DNA analysis performed here is known as STR DNA analysis.
And what is that?
That stands for short tandem, TANDEM, repeats DNA analysis. Like I said before, what I'm trying to do is test different areas in the DNA molecule that have these numerical representation. So this genetic information that is very different from individual to individual. So these fragments in the DNA are highly repetitive, but the length, but the number of repeated fragments differ from individual to individual. That's what allows me to make these comparisons and determinations.
I think you may have answered this question already, but how actually is a match determined?
So actually, no, that's a good question, because a match is determined by looking at the data present in an evidence sample, like location by location, and then comparing that data to the data obtained, the DNA data obtained from a standard sample. Standard sample is like a buccal swab from an individual, or if they took blood from the individual, that it's particular to them. So whatever is obtained for that standard gets compared to the evidence data, and if all the numbers line up between the evidence and the standard sample, that's considered a match.
Okay, and if those samples match, excuse me, what is the next step?
So then we would have a statistical calculation performed, basically, like I said before, to determine the probability that somebody else would have that same DNA profile.
What calculation did you use to generate that statistic in this case?
So for a match probability statistic, we would use what's known as the product rule, and that is a statistical calculation that is made to obtain a number that represents the probability that somebody else in the population has that matching DNA profile.
Okay, and when doing that calculation, do you use a database with many different types of DNAs, different races, different ethnical backgrounds? Excuse me.
Yes, so a database is used that contains the frequency of observance of the genetic information for all the DNA types found, so that this product rule calculation can be performed by multiplying all of these different frequencies across. We have 21 different locations in the DNA molecule, and this statistical calculation allows us to multiply all the frequencies, and usually if there's a lot of information, it ends up being a pretty big number at the very end.
Can you explain what a DNA mixture is?
Yes. So we have what is called a single profile, which is what we normally see when I obtain a DNA swab from an individual. You would expect to only see one DNA profile, right? So a mixture of DNA profiles is any sample that you have that gives you more than one DNA profile, so 2 or more DNA profiles within a sample.
Okay, and is there a difference between DNA mixtures with a major and minor component and an indistinguishable mixture?
Okay, so a mixture that has a major or minor DNA component to them, all that means is that within the sample itself, there's obviously more than one person. That's what makes it a mixture. But within that sample, there's a predominant profile or an individual that deposited more DNA than others. So you would see it as a predominant DNA profile. And then what we call minor is whatever is left other than that predominant or major profile. So an undistinguishable would be where you have multiple individuals, but you can't really, because of the way that the mixture formed itself, you can't really separate where nothing really stands out. They could be both in equal amounts, or the components of the mixture could be in equal amounts, and that's what makes it undistinguishable.
Okay, and can you briefly explain how you go about interpreting DNA mixtures?
Yes, so a mixture that has 2, 3, 4 individuals, the first step would be to try to determine how many possible contributors are in the mixture. After that, as in this case, through the use of ratios, we can approximate, and looking at the mixture itself, we can tell if there's a predominant DNA profile that we would call a major profile. And if there is a predominant profile, then the next step would be to compare that to whatever standards are available, whatever data we have, in this case from a standard sample, compared to that evidence.
So that was a lot of background about DNA. Let me ask you, have you received any items in this case to analyze under case number PD220625210513?
Yes, I have.
What did you receive?
Your Honor, if I may refer to my notes briefly.
Do you need to refresh your memory?
Yes, I have the report.
So refresh your memory and look up the memory is refreshed.
Yes, so I basically received swabs from a firearm.
Okay. Where were these items located prior to your examination of them?
They were located in our evidence vaults with the evidence custodian within the laboratory.
Okay, when you received these items, were they sealed?
Yes, they were sealed, and they had the correct identifier, and they were intact.
Okay, any evidence of tampering whatsoever?
No, I would have indicated that in my notes.
Did you personally open the package and remove the components of it?
Yes, I did.
And I know you mentioned a couple of swabs. Did that also include a buccal swab?
There was a standard, that's what we call a standard sample swab, present as part of the items.
Okay. Now, what did you do with those items prior to the DNA analysis?
So the items came in the form of swabs, like the cotton tip applicators. And I basically taped them to a 3x5, it looks like a 3x5 index card, and put them in a foil lined envelope and sealed them, just to retain them to take them through DNA analysis at a later time.
Okay, and I want to back up because we mentioned swabs of buccal swabs, and those buccal swabs were of the defendant, is that correct?
There were swabs from the subject, yes.
Okay, and were there other swabs that were submitted to the lab as well?
Yes, there were, but only one set was from, like as a standard.
Right. The other swabs, though, where were they from?
They were from a firearm.
On which items exactly did you perform that DNA analysis?
So I performed DNA analysis on 3 items. One which was a swab from the front sight of the firearm. Front sight. Sight.
S-I-G-H-T.
Yes. Front sight. Yes. There was a swab from the firearm, all around the firearm, and then lastly a swab of the magazine of the firearm.
The lips
and
of the magazine.
What analysis did you do on those?
Those had DNA analysis, STR DNA analysis performed on them.
Were you able to obtain a DNA profile from these swabs?
Only from 2 of the swabs. The swab from the front sight of the firearm did not contain enough DNA for me to finish the whole process.
Okay, and after you get those profiles, what do you do next?
Well, the next step would be to interpret whatever data I have. In this case, there were 2 separate samples that provided mixtures of DNA profiles.
Okay. What was the result of that comparison?
Basically, I will start with the first one, which was the swab of the firearm, and that sample generated a mixture of DNA profiles. So it was basically at least 3 contributors, including at least 1 male, but there was a predominant or major DNA profile that was obtained at 18 of the 21 locations tested, and that predominant female DNA profile was found to match, and we call this a partial profile. This was found to match the standard obtained from subject D link.
Now, what was the statistic that you calculated for matching that?
So basically, the result of the statistical calculation was that the probability of finding a DNA profile in the population matching this predominant female DNA profile was 1 in 28.78 septillion.
Septillion, that's a very big number.
Yes.
Do you know just offhand what the population of the Earth is?
It's now about 8 billion.
Okay. And septillion would be significantly larger than that?
Yes.
Now you mentioned that one swab. What about the other swabs?
So there was another swab, and that was a swab of the magazine. And that swab also generated a mixture of DNA profiles, so more than 1 DNA profile. And that was of at least 2 contributors, including at least 1 male. But that specific DNA sample was a DNA sample with very low level DNA. And I was not able to make any comparisons because of the type of DNA that was obtained. Again, it was low level, it was not very informative. So the conclusion was that due to the complexity, there were no comparisons made.
Okay. And now after you obtained that match, what conclusion did you make after all your work that was done?
Well, basically, after performing the statistical calculation, which with the number that I provided, it was determined that because the probability is so rare, it is unreasonable to conclude that somebody else would be the source of that predominant DNA profile found in the mixture of DNA profiles.
Is there a threshold frequency that you also use?
For that specifically, yes, and it's 1 in 320 billion.
Why do you use that threshold?
We use that threshold because it's an approximation of 1,000 times the population of the US itself, which is a little over 300 million. So this is 1,000 times that. So anything above that, we basically conclude that it is unreasonable that somebody else that's not the individual matching would be the source of that DNA profile.
Okay. And if you know the answer, do you know what the population of Miami-Dade County is?
It's a little over 2 million.
And the state of Florida?
It's, I guess, around 20 million, 23 million.
And you mentioned that the United States is about 300 million?
Yes, 340 million.
The entire Earth is 8 billion, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions, John.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, ma'am, you said that as far as the firearm is concerned, you only found testable DNA on 2 of the swabs, correct?
There were only 2 that had enough DNA present for me to perform the full DNA analysis.
Right. One was the magazine, and the other was just the firearm, correct?
Correct.
Any specific area of the firearm?
The description I obtained was just swab of firearm, no real description as to where.
So we can't say precisely on what part of the firearm the swab came from.
No, I cannot. No.
So you said that there was a mixture of DNA, and I'm focusing on the swab of the firearm right now. You said there was a mixture of DNA, including at least 3 people, and at least one of them is male. Is that correct?
That's right.
Now, from that swab, were you able to obtain that complete male profile?
No, I was not.
So if you were to receive, for example, a DNA swab from a male who may or may not have come in contact with that gun, and you had that swab, would you have been able to test it against this swab of the firearm?
In this case, I couldn't have made a direct comparison because of the complexity of that minor component that I spoke about. The matching profile, the standard profile matched the predominant. What was clear was the predominant DNA profile. That was a female. So anything, including the male, would be part of that minor component that I wouldn't be able to really make any determinations as to whether somebody is included or not.
So even if you had a profile from a male who could have come in contact with that gun, and even though you wouldn't be able to match it, you can, as you sit here, you can tell us, you are able to tell us definitively that at least one male at some point came in contact with this gun because their DNA was on it, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with major and minor profiles, is it sometimes, not necessarily all the time, but sometimes isn't it common for the major contributor to a DNA mixture to be the last person to have contact with the firearm or with the object that you're testing?
That's very difficult to ascertain. We really cannot, as a DNA analyst, I cannot tell you based on what the mixture looks like when there is no time, really no time frame or how. None of those things can be answered, only the data basically that I obtain.
Let me give you an example, and you can tell me if this is reasonably possible based on your knowledge and expertise. Let's say that an individual, a man named Pedro, grabbed this firearm that you tested and pistol whipped somebody with it. Right? Pistol whipped somebody with it multiple times. Then, 5 days later, a female named Daisy shoots that firearm. And then shortly after that, that gun is seized and taken to police, and it ultimately finds its way to your desk. Is it likely or reasonable that the minor contributor could be the man Pater, who I just mentioned, and the major contributor could be Daisy because she was the one who most recently had the gun and fired it?
Well, no, we can't really say that because there are so many variables that determine how much DNA is left on an item. People, what we call, are shedders. Some are non-shedders of DNA. Some people shed DNA cells more than others. It's very difficult to determine really what level of activity or order of activities or anything of the sort.
And I understand that you can't tell us exactly because you don't have all the information. You only have limited information.
Correct.
But based on the information I just gave you, can you reasonably rule out that scenario that I just laid out for you?
No, I cannot rule out any scenario because I can only tell you what the data says.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all.
Of course.
To be clear, the majority of the DNA was female belonging to D-Link.
The predominant profile in the mixture, or what we call the major profile, was a profile matching that of subject D-Link.
Okay, I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
They call it Sammy Morales, but can we go sidebar?
They're going to go sidebar and turn on the noise machine. Ooh, wow. Interesting. Some people are shedders. Some people just spread their DNA all over the place. You'll find everywhere. You'll find it in the air vents around them, everything. Some people just quite prolific with their DNA shedding. Other people, not so much. The dog's a huge shedder, says Mel. The air vent's going to be a joke throughout this entire trial. My vents are clean. The poor air vents. Yeah. I hate one of my DNA sheds. I like cheddar. I do as well. I'm a fan of like medium and mild cheddar, but I don't like strong cheddar. Are we caught up? Just about. Let's see. It's 4:30 real time, and I think we're about an hour behind. Let's see if we can skip ahead, skippity doodah. How about that? So, there we go.
The phone, the flash ID.
Raise your hand, please. You solemnly swear affirm or testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Court clerk raises his hand about this high. Can you raise your hand, please? It's like, be energetic. Really get him to do it. Ooh.
Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourselves to the members of the jury?
There's a nice
Good afternoon. My name is Danny Morales. I work for the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, and I'm currently in the Homicide Bureau.
How long have you worked there?
I've worked for Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office for about 8 years, and in the Homicide Unit for 4.
And were you working in your capacity as a police officer on June 25th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
How did you first become involved in this case?
So at approximately 4:15 on that day in the morning, I was handling the phones that day in the Homicide Bureau. There was a call that came in reference to a death. Homestead Police Officer Nicholson was reporting a homicide that occurred that morning, and he shared some details about that.
Okay. What details did he share with you?
Well, initially he mentioned that Homestead police officers were dispatched in reference to a female that found a deceased body or a male that was shot. Officers responded to that area and located the individual. And additionally, he added that the reporting person was later identified as Daisy Link, who happened to be the girlfriend of the individual that was shot.
Did he advise if he observed a blood trail on scene?
He did.
Okay. Did he tell you where that blood trail was to or from?
Essentially, it was from the residence where the two individuals that were involved, Daisy Link and the victim, resided, to where the body of the victim was found.
Did he also advise of the incident location itself?
1237 Northwest 14th Street in Homestead.
And is that in Miami-Dade County?
That is in Miami-Dade County.
Now, I know you said that you were handling the phones that day for homicide. Did you contact anyone in reference to this case?
Yeah, so the structure of the Homicide Bureau is one person is handling the phones, and essentially there's a team that's on call. That on-call team that day happened to be my team as well, although I was working the midnight shift. So I essentially called my own sergeant, who called out the rest of the team.
Did you yourself respond to that incident location?
I did.
When you arrived, what did you do, if anything at all?
So I was the first detective that arrived on scene. Officer Nicholson and several other Homestead Police Department officers were already there, as they are the initial department that responded. So as the first detective that was there, I went to Officer Nicholson. He's the lead officer on the scene. At that point, there was a female that was later identified as Daisy Link, sitting essentially on the scene. She was kind of lingering around, but seated in front of the scene, which was a little odd to me. And that's when I approached her.
Okay. Now, you said it was a little odd that she was kind of lingering around. Why?
Well, primarily she was in the middle of the scene, which is not something that you normally see. Usually the scene is secure. There's not anybody walking around or anything of that nature. On top of the fact that she was a reporting person, she had a relationship to the victim. Those were just things that were, raised a couple red flags for me.
Okay. So when you approached her, what, if anything, happened?
So I approached her, I verified her name, her relationship. I tried to get some further information on who this person is and what her involvement is, aside from being the one that called 911. She was very apprehensive, almost like irritated with my presence. At that point,
relevance will strike.
Just some psychological.
What we had there is the judge not paying attention. She says, what? After objection relevance moved to strike. The defendant actually prompted her lawyer to strike it, to object, which he responded immediately, because he's testifying about how she felt, how the defendant felt. Now, there's some ways to get that sort of testimony in, but I don't think this was the right way. See if they make them redo it the right way. I've been trying to figure out what's on her arm, and for the life of me, it just looks like tattooed doodles. Like somebody got bored, instead of using just a pen, they used the ink and the needle, and they just filled in all the spaces. Possible treasure map. I did see 400 on her arm. There's a couple, I would say, very random, like, drawings. So I'm trying to determine if it means something, or if we can glean some meaning from it. But there's a cut around the finger, like a finger, middle finger, where it looks like there's a line with like fake blood.
All right, Mr. Jurors.
So we're about an hour and a half behind right now.
I'm gonna give it to her.
Alright, so why don't we all just take 10 minutes
Okay. I'm just gonna step outside and show my witness what's the court.
And apparently they get a break, so we're gonna zoomy through it. Not sure what this was for. And we're back.
The objection to Mr. Moss, jury stand for conflict. The objection, I can sustain it in front of the jury. Mr. Rubio lost the question. I'm not going to strike it. We just started this testimony, and looks like we're all on the same page now. Okay.
So I'm a little confused, I guess, because we couldn't for the court overrule the objection.
I did?
You did.
Oh, all right.
I think it's entirely relevant to the defendant's demeanor on scene, especially with detectives, which will be corroborated by the robbery video of her being aggressive with other officers as well, specifically Melanie Norris. They're claiming that she was a victim, that she was scared.
What robbery video?
They couldn't take her to the homicide headquarters.
Oh.
They took her to robbery instead. Defense is claiming that Ms. Link was acting self-defense, was scared, etc. Her being aggressive to detectives trying to question her is entirely relevant to the determinations of base subsequently making, including bringing her to the scene, placing her in the back of the police vehicle, taking her to headquarters to interview her. It's entirely relevant.
So, Judge, and I know we already discussed this, but my concern is that this witness was teetering on volunteering that Ms. Link was refusing to cooperate, refusing to speak to police, adding issues that he wasn't asked about, saying that she was aggressive or what have you. That's improper. He's trying to inject himself and make an argument to the jury. He needs to answer the questions, and I think he's going to do that now. At least I hope he will. If he doesn't, I'll do something about it.
Question that's asked on some level, if Mr. Bergini needs a little leeway to lead you, so we don't go into areas that we're not supposed to, detective, that he'll do so.
So am I allowed to ask if she was being aggressive?
You can ask, what was her demeanor?
Well, I want
How
clarity.
was she acting? What did she look like? Was she red? Was she flushed? Etc. How was she clothed? Yeah.
Okay.
But it can't just be, did you encounter her? And what was that like? And blah, and you have a narrative with adjectives that are not responsive to the question.
Understood.
I know the defense talked about self-defense in their openings, but what you all say is not evidence. So at some point,
It might not be evidence, Your Honor, but it does open the door to make certain arguments, just like I mentioned that, I think it was yesterday too, when I filed a motion for request for judicial notice. It might not be evidence, but it opens the door to certain arguments.
at some point,
He interrupts the
maybe
judge.
too much is through that. So right now, the self-defense claim, it's there, mostly because of the opening statement, and a little bit based on a hypothetical that Jose Alvarez answered. Some of it regarding pictures or injuries, those are not evidence yet. But I would just be careful eliciting information at this stage when a full self-defense claim hasn't been laid yet in front of the jury. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay, does that make sense, Mr. Tomas? So there may be an opportunity where, unfortunately, if you want to make a call to call back witnesses or call rebuttal witnesses, depending on whether or not the self-defense claim is fully flushed out, that may be the more appropriate time. Okay? All right, I think we're on the same page. Just go ahead and bring back the jury.
All right. I'm going to mute it for a second to explain. The judge came back on the record and said, so I can sustain the objection in front of the jury, if you'd like, and then we can continue. And the prosecutor jutted in and said, Judge, you overruled the objection. at sidebar, and then he argues just how you trip on the cord. You're tripping on the cord. There's another one. This is wild. The judge is clearly distracted by something.
And all 9 jurors are accounted for. Lawyers, this link can be seen. Thank you.
Wow, it's loud.
Thank you. So, Detective, a little bit. Okay, you've mentioned Daisy Link, Miss Link a few times. Do you see Daisy Link in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Can you please point her out and describe her by what she's wearing?
She's sitting right over here. It's a black floral shirt.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Ah, there she is.
Okay. Now, going back to when you arrived on scene, when you first arrived on scene, there were police officers there?
Homestead police officers.
Okay. And Daisy Link was on scene. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Where exactly was she on scene, if you remember?
So directly in front of 1237 Northwest 14th Street.
Right in her residence?
The residence, yes, right in front of the door.
Did you approach her?
I did.
How was her demeanor when you approached?
So originally she's sitting down. So, from a distance, you just see a woman sitting down. But once I came up to her, it's when she became a little aggressive, in my opinion.
Okay. Were you concerned with her presence on scene?
100%, yes.
Why?
It's not normal to have somebody sitting in the middle of a crime scene. Regardless, this crime scene was a little larger than normal, and she was sitting right in the middle of it.
When you first approached her, was she a person of interest?
At that point, no. I had just gotten there. All I knew was that she had a relationship with the victim, and that's from what Officer Nicholson told me.
Did you attempt to remove her from the scene so that way you can do your police work?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what did that entail?
So, interacting with her and trying to verify her information, and I like to respect the person I'm speaking to, so I asked her name and whatnot. That's when she became a little aggressive, ultimately
So before we get to that, tell me exactly what you mean by she was being aggressive.
It was more of her demeanor, just lack of wanting to cooperate, lack of wanting.
Objection, improper comments, and speculation by this witness.
To be clear, though, she does not have to cooperate with you.
She does not.
Now, moving forward, what, if anything, happened with Miss Link between you and her?
So Miss Link, when I went to detain her and put handcuffs on her, attempted to grab a white chair that was next to me, or next to her, and tried to swing it. That time I was able to detain her, and with the help of Homestead police officer that came and helped me as well.
When you were detaining her, what did you specifically do?
I put handcuffs on her, held her arms as any other arrest would take place.
Why were you detaining her at that point?
At that point, one, she's in the middle of the crime scene. Two, she became a person of interest, and we wanted to just remove that person from the crime scene. That way there's no evidence that was tampered with. That way she would be monitored inside of a police vehicle, and we can transport her to our headquarters for an interview.
Did you also pat her down when you detained her?
I did, yes.
Why did you pat her down?
That's normal officer safety. Make sure she doesn't have any weapons or anything on her that can harm me or herself.
Did you locate anything on her person?
Yeah, there was a cell phone and a car key.
Okay, and did that car key belong to any vehicle in particular?
The car key ended up belonging to a Chevy Trax.
Now, when you found that car key, or if you noticed it at all when you were patting Miss Link down, what, if anything, was the defendant's reaction to you finding that car key?
So the car key was in her pocket, and she attempted to, remember she's sitting down at this point when I go to detain her, she attempted to kind of roll over onto that side to kind of hide what she had in her pocket.
Objection, speculation.
Did you do anything else on the scene?
At that point, we placed her in the vehicle, and I was instructed to author some warrants.
Okay. Before we talk about your warrants and the process for obtaining a warrant, let's talk about if you contacted anybody other than the other homicide detectives. Did you speak to anybody?
Yeah, so there was 2 children at the residence. I learned that their grandmother was local. I contacted the grandmother to have them come.
Loco or local?
And did she respond to the scene?
She did, yes.
Was anybody else with her?
Crystal Barreto, which ends up being, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Daisy Link's sister, which was the daughter of the grandmother.
Okay. Now, when they responded to the scene, both the defendant's grandmother, Josefina Perez, as well as Crystal Barreto, did you approach them?
Yeah, so they weren't allowed to the immediate scene. Obviously, it's cordoned off by crime scene tape. So I walked to them at the intersection, and at that point, that's when I kind of informed them of everything that was going on.
And what was either of their reaction when you informed them what was going on?
So Crystal Barreto immediately, spontaneously stated the words, "If he is dead, Daisy must have shot him."
Okay. Now, to be clear again, Crystal doesn't have to speak to you.
Correct.
She doesn't have to cooperate.
No.
Did you attempt to gain further information after Ms. Barreto spontaneously stated this?
I would just object and move to strike as to the hearsay statement this witness just volunteered.
So it's the same?
Judge, can we go to sidebar?
Sure.
It's getting spicy here as they're starting to get this testimony. This is the events that happened, as they were taking the defendant into custody. Apparently she came at him with a chair, tried to swing the chair at him, was not very cooperative at all. And we have some other witnesses who are volunteering. If he's dead, she shot him. She must have shot him. That's a statement that was just got objected to as hearsay. A little bit late. We sort of got halfway through the next question before the objection came in, but the judge sustains it. We're going sidebar to hear that. This is an interesting one. Spontaneous statement is not hearsay. I think that's what he was trying to say. He was saying this was just a spontaneous. They just volunteered it. Wasn't questioning. It was like an excited utterance, right? I'm not sure if it's going to pass the excited utterance test, but we'll see. Still waiting for us to be counting something. Vents. We're counting vents. It's getting wilder and wilder. Thought it would be a short one. Does look like the case out of Florida, the other case with Judge Clark, may be over for the day. Is that what you guys are seeing? If you're watching. Out of the 14th Circuit. I think it is. All right. Good. We'll let that one just rest. We'll hang on to that for later. Can we count cord trippings? Man, that makes me nervous. The problem with tripping on a cord, I should probably care more about the person who's tripping and any injury they might sustain. But really, I'm concerned about what happens to the technology attached to the other end of the cord. If it's just an outlet or a plug, those can be replaced, but it does bend them. It damages the outlet, makes it loose, the connection's poor. That can cause an electrical problem for whatever, circuits are plugged into it. Can we zoom the sidebars? If we can, I just don't know if it's going to take much longer. We're almost done for the day. Okay, looks like they're coming back. Wait for it.
From the last.
Hang on. There we go. We're within about 10 seconds or so. There's ring video not deleted. Have we seen it? We have not seen it yet. I thought the video was deleted that we got.
The objection from the last question and answer is overruled. If you want to re-ask it,
Sure.
go ahead.
When you approached Crystal Barreto and you identified yourself and what you were there for, did she do anything in response?
She made a statement to me.
Okay. Did you prompt her for a statement?
No, it was a spontaneous statement.
And what was that statement?
If he is dead, Daisy must have shot him.
And he being the victim in this case?
Correct.
Okay. Now, at this point in time that Crystal and her mother and you were on scene, had you identified any shooters?
No, at that point, no.
Did you have any subjects?
No.
So this was essentially the first information that you're getting that there was somebody who may be a person of interest.
Yeah, at that point, it kind of built a storyline for me.
I'm sorry, at that point,
It kind of built like a storyline for me.
it built like a,
Storyline?
thank you.
Now, again, Ms. Barreto, her mother, even the defendant, don't have to cooperate with you, right?
That's correct.
Did you seek to obtain any additional information from Ms. Barreto?
Yeah, I attempted to speak to her and figure out what her relationship was and what information she may have to provide us. And at that point, she didn't.
Objection, there's no question pending on that topic.
So the answer is yes, you tried to obtain information, and now Mr. Urbina is going to ask any questions.
Did she provide any information?
She did not provide any information.
Did she refuse to provide information?
Yes.
What was her demeanor when you were trying to obtain this information?
Just a normal conversation, but they didn't want to provide information.
Now, let's back up. I know you mentioned how homicide works a little bit, but can you explain how homicide teams themselves works in your unit?
Okay, so there's essentially 8 homicide teams, 4 in the day shift, 4 in the afternoon shift. Each team has a supervisor, and under that supervisor, normally 4 to 5 detectives within that team.
And when there is a homicide, is there a lead appointed, or you guys kind of just do your own thing?
No, so there's a rotation of teams, and then within your team, there's also a rotation of who gets cases. So that way, the same detective doesn't get multiple cases back to back.
Were you the lead on this case?
I was not the lead.
Who was?
Detective Joseph Cruz.
Now, when leads are appointed, are you relaying all the information that you learned to the lead?
Yes, we provide any information that we learn to the lead detective.
Are you also given assignments by the lead?
Yes.
Now, what, if any, assignments did Detective Cruz give you?
I was given the task of authoring a search warrant for the residence.
And the residence being that 1237 address that you mentioned earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's talk about warrants for a second. What actually is a search warrant?
So, essentially, it's a document that is requesting to go and receive, obtain property from a location or a vehicle, even a device that is reviewed by myself, a supervisor, an attorney, ultimately the judge either granting it or denying it, and allowing us to enter that structure.
Now, I know you kind of mentioned the process in which, whether a judge grants it or not, but I want to back up even further. Is this something that you just write up and then walk into a house, or is there actually a process for that?
No, it's a very lengthy process.
Okay. And you mentioned an attorney. What attorney has to review a search warrant?
The state attorney, whoever's on call for that week.
Okay. And a judge also has to review that?
Correct.
And they have the choice whether or not they can grant it or not?
Correct.
Was a search warrant granted in this case?
Yes.
And that search warrant was for that residence?
Yes.
Was that warrant executed?
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, did you, well, let me ask you this. Did you execute that warrant?
I was part of the team that executed it, yes.
And what does it mean when you execute a warrant?
So essentially, documentation of that location that we have a warrant for, searching that residence for any items of evidentiary value. That's the gist of it, yeah.
Did you walk into that residence?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you see there?
So the house is, there's obviously children items in there, female items in there, and adult male clothing and shoes.
Was that the only warrant that was executed in this case?
No, there was other warrants.
Can you tell us what other warrants?
I had authored a vehicle warrant for a Chevy Trax, and also a cellular device that I obtained from Miss Link when I detained her.
Let's talk about that cell phone warrant, and we'll go to the Chevy Trax warrant in a moment, but that cell phone belonged to the defendant?
It belonged to the defendant, yes.
And do you know what number was associated with that cell phone?
Oh, I know it's 786562. I can't remember the last four. I'm sorry.
If your report will refresh your recollection, please refer to your report.
He was quick with that.
The cell phone number's not up.
Okay. I'll move on then.
Okay.
Was that warrant executed?
Yes, it was.
And why did you obtain a search warrant for the defendant's cell phone?
So when we were doing the residential search warrant, there was Ring camera, so we believe that there was a Ring camera app on the cell phone.
Now, when you executed that warrant, what, if anything, of evidentiary value did you yourself observe?
I watched Ring camera footage.
Okay. Let's talk about that cell phone for a moment as well. Was there also a warrant to further get into that cell phone?
Yeah, so the warrant is to be able to search the device.
And you authored that?
I authored it, and I'm the one that went through the process of getting it granted.
Okay. And do you have to turn that phone over to somebody to actually execute that warrant as well?
Yeah, we provided to a forensics analyst.
Do you recall what analyst received the phone?
Sergeant Sergio Cremacini.
Are you aware if he executed, was able to get into the phone?
He was.
Was he able to download the contents of that phone?
Yes, he did.
Showing defense counsel it's been previously marked for identification purposes.
So we have the defendant's phone details. Look, the clock's about to say 33333. No, bummer. And we go to sidebar. We were about to see the clock have all threes, which was going to be somewhat pleasing, but nope. We don't get that. We're going to skip ahead.
I was told counsel wanted to see me at sidebar.
Yes, sidebar. Sidebar's happening.
Stay Exhibit 1S, marked for identification, now becomes Stay Exhibit 16, Judge.
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead before we talk about the actual video itself. At the point in time that you're executing those warrants and reviewing this evidence, is the defendant on scene?
No, she's not.
Where was she?
She was transported to the Miami-Dade headquarters, which is where our office is.
Who else was there?
Detective Melanie Janoris and Detective Joseph Cruz.
Okay. Did you relay the information that you learned about the Ring camera to them?
Yes, I did.
And do you know what they were doing at the point in time that you relayed this information to them?
They were attempting to interview Daisy Link.
Okay. Now, what, if anything, did you do next?
At that point, we had already executed the search warrants.
Okay.
I relayed the information to Detective Janoris.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you canvass the area?
So we did an area canvass for surveillance footage, yeah.
Okay. What is an area canvass?
So we're essentially going door by door, all the neighbors, trying to see if anybody heard, saw anything, or if they have any surveillance footage at their residence.
Okay. Now, were you successful in locating any additional cameras?
So there was one residence that did have surveillance footage that we observed.
Do you know where that residence was?
So the address is 1300 Northwest 15th Street.
Do you recall about how far away from the incident location that residence is?
It's not far at all.
Like right around the corner?
Yeah, right around the corner.
Did you make contact with the homeowner?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall his name?
Robert or Roberto Cisneros.
Okay. Did he advise that he had surveillance cameras?
He did. He allowed us into his residence to view them.
Okay. Now, you viewed those cameras yourselves?
I did.
Before we talk about what you saw on those, was there any evidence that Mr. Cisneros had destroyed, altered, or tampered in any way with those cameras?
No, not at all.
Was there any wires that were cut?
None that I observed, no.
Anything destroyed?
No.
Okay. And did you watch those cameras with Mr. Cisneros?
Yeah, he allowed us into his home and allowed us, essentially they're experts in their own system, so he allowed us and showed us what was on his cameras.
Okay. What did those cameras show?
Judge, I would object. It's cumulative. It's already been presented to the jury.
Or your objection. You can answer.
So the victim is observed on the cameras walking westbound down an alleyway. He appears to be not slumped over, but kind of like dragging himself. He hides in some bushes. At that point, we see a vehicle that drives eastbound in the alleyway. After that, we see the victim come back out of that bushy area of the backyard and eventually collapse on the ground.
Did you, you said you saw a vehicle. Do you recall what vehicle that was?
It's the vehicle, the Chevy Trax that was initially on scene.
Okay, and that's the same Chevy Trax that you authored a search warrant for?
Yes.
And that same Chevy Trax had a search warrant that was granted and executed on?
Yes.
Did you see anything else on those cameras?
You could see a person, female, who I believed was Daisy Linked at that time, to go up to the body of the victim. At some point, she goes up to the body, manipulates the body of some sort, go back to the vehicle, and then come back to the body.
You can see her manipulate the body.
Now, you yourself are not a video retrieval detective, correct?
I am not.
Okay. Now, when you want to take possession of certain videos, certain surveillance videos, do you also call out for those officers?
Yeah, so there's a video forensics unit that will respond, and they are the experts in all types of systems, and they retrieve the footage that we request from them.
Use the term
The
expert
video
loosely.
that you just described, was that consistent with anything else that was on scene?
Consistent with the blood trail that we had seen on scene, the vehicle matching the key is all that we had obtained. That was pretty much it.
Do you know if there was a time delay at all between when a 911 call went out to when the victim may or may not have been shot?
Yes, I believe it was about 10 minutes.
Okay. And are you aware if that footage that you just described also is consistent with a time delay in that?
Yeah, like I mentioned, you can see the female coming out of the vehicle, going back and forth from inside the vehicle into the body. That's consistent with the 10 minutes of time delay.
Now, I want to go back to the conversation that we had about Detective Janoris, Detective Cruz, and what you viewed on Ring camera footage. Now, I know that you said that they were in the middle of attempting to speak to Miss Lang, right?
Yes.
Now, what, if anything, did you specifically relay to them?
So I had watched a Ring camera video on the phone that depicted Miss Link with a firearm, and some audio that was attached to that video as well. I asked Detective Janoris to be a text. If she was free, she called me. I informed her with that information.
Permission to publish evidence, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Now playing what has been entered into evidence, portion of State's Evidence 16. I'm just going to skip ahead, Detective, to around the 5-minute.
We get some more sideways video. Got our eardrums blasted out. I hear water. only assume somebody's in the shower.
Detective, we heard what sounded like a pop. Was that consistent with anything?
With gunfire.
Okay. And to be clear, this is the video that you relate, the information that you watched and relayed to Detective Janoris?
Yeah, it was on the Ring app from her phone. I watched it, and I gave the information to Detective Janoris.
And by her phone, who do you mean?
Daisy Link's phone.
Okay. And this video itself, is this inconsistent with anything that officers learned on scene?
Objection, calls for a conclusion, debating province.
It's the same, he's gonna ask another question.
At this point in time, did you believe you knew who shot Pedro Jimenez after watching this?
Debating province of the jury.
It's the same, he's gonna ask another question.
Moment to confer, Your Honor.
Sure.
I'll ask this. Detective, what did we hear Miss Link say on video?
I mean, it's very grainy in this video. It's a lot more clear when I watched it, but it talks about hitting a major artery. It talks about Daisy Link saying, "You'll be fine," and then asking, "Are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital?"
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
He's got better hearing than I do. I know there's the other video up there, the clean video, but it sounds terrible
Other
as
than
well.
what we just heard right now in that video, is there any other audio on that video that's, in your view, relevant or important to this matter?
There was you can hear a male in the beginning of the video. You can't really tell. It sounds very far out.
Can't tell?
I can't tell.
You didn't think that what was in there was important or relevant to your investigation?
It is relevant, yes.
Okay.
He's giving us the side eye. Here goes the noise again. Go away, something?
That sounded like, do it! I want to die! Is that what that sounded like to you? Is that what that sounded like to you?
To be honest, sir, the only thing I can hear from here is the word die. I can't hear anything else.
Okay.
Sorry.
Would you agree that that was Pedro Jimenez saying that? Screaming that, actually.
It's unknown, but based on the information that we know, they were the only two there, so it can be assumed that was him, yes.
Okay. So you would agree that this video shows that Pedro Jimenez was screaming, do it, or well, something that sounded like, do it, I want to die, shortly before he was shot.
I can say that I hear Pedro Jimenez saying the word die. I can't hear anything else in there.
You can't make out the rest?
I can't make out with this video right now. I can't make it out.
That's all right. The jury probably can.
Okay.
All right. So you were the one who arrested Miss Link, correct?
Ooh, little
I
subtle
detained
jab.
Mrs. Link
You put cuffs on her?
with the assistance of officers from Homestead Police Department.
Well, who's the one who put cuffs on
It was either me or one of the officers that assisted me. I believe it was me or Nicholson.
her? You don't remember if it was you?
Not 100%, no.
Okay. When you put the cuffs on her, did you do it in front of her 7-year-old child? Did you do it in front of her 7-year-old child?
I believe the children were inside the residence.
They weren't present?
They're in the residence.
So they were there right in front of you when that happened, right?
No. No.
All right. Crystal Barreto, you said that on the scene, was it on the scene where you met with her?
Right outside of the scene, crime scene tape, say the intersection.
So you're saying you approached her, and then when you approached her, without you asking anything or saying anything, she spontaneously made that statement to you?
No, there was conversation initially about who I was, my purpose of being there, the purpose of why they were called to the scene to begin with was essentially for them to get the children.
Okay, that changes it. That's not a spontaneous.
Now, you mentioned earlier that you were concerned about Miss Link being on the scene. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you aware that she was told she couldn't leave the scene?
I was not aware.
Would that change your concern if you had known that?
No. At the end of the day, my job is to maintain and make sure that that scene is taken care of and no evidence is tampered with. And upon my arrival, I witnessed somebody essentially sitting in the middle of the scene.
Well, it sounded like, correct me if I'm wrong, but a moment ago when you were asked about it, you made it sound like she was there somewhere where she was not supposed to be. Was that your belief at the time?
I'm not saying that she wasn't supposed to be there. At the end of the day, that's her residence. What I am saying is that that is a crime scene, and no one other than police officers should be in that crime scene.
Agreed.
And the deceased person.
Agreed, but up until a moment ago, according to your testimony, you didn't know that she had been told that she couldn't leave.
If I wasn't there, I'm not aware of what the officers may or may not have told her.
So you weren't aware of that until a moment ago, is that correct?
I don't understand your question, sir.
You weren't aware that an officer told her you can't leave until I told you a moment ago, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Wow. It's getting spicy.
Officer, was there any evidence, let me ask you this, was there any evidence of the victim having a weapon on him?
No, there was not.
Was there a firearm found on him?
There was not.
Was there a knife found on him?
There was not.
So him saying, I want to die, to Daisy, she was pointing a gun at him at that point in time?
Objection, calls for speculation, it's not a video.
Judge, can we go sidebar?
No, you're going to ask another question.
The point in time that Pedro says that, is there any evidence whatsoever that he was armed?
There was no evidence that Pedro was armed with any type of weapon.
Was there evidence that Daisy Link was armed?
Yeah, the video shows that.
And she's armed with what?
A firearm.
So it would be a likely conclusion then, we'll actually strike that. And that same firearm was found on scene?
Later on in that day, yes, it was.
And that firearm that was used to kill Pedro Jimenez?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Judge, briefly, just based on your question. The firearm that was found on scene later on, it was found because Daisy Link told you where to look, right?
Actually, no, sir.
No?
No.
Did you find it?
I was present when it was found.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You can now step down.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, folks, I'm going to give you an instruction. It's essentially a limiting instruction. This detective testified about steps he took in his investigation. So, to the extent that Crystal Barreto made a statement to him, that informs his decision-making as a detective on scene. It doesn't go to the truth of what Crystal Barreto told him, okay? Another limiting instruction. His conclusions of what the video shows and what he believes is said on the video also informs his decision-making as a detective. At the end of the day, what's in the video and what is said on the video is subject to your interpretation and yours alone. You should not rely on any other testifying witnesses' conclusions of that. You are the triers of fact. You review the evidence and you come to your own independent conclusions of what the evidence says and what it shows. Why don't we just take a quick break in the jury room? Thank you.
All right, Mr. Jurors.
I think we're almost done for the day. Got a little spicy there towards the end. Let's let the jury leave.
Our jury's in there. I thought that was necessary. You walk in. I probably should have checked you all. If anyone wants access to the record, go ahead and let me know now.
Judge, I'm just going to object. I don't believe that. I understand the second curative instruction. You and I had a trial similar. I understand that one. The first objection, I do not believe the court should sua sponte leave that curative. I do not believe it comes close to invading the propency of the jury. Yes.
Well, let me ask you this. When you went sidebar, why is it that you wanted to elicit the statement from Crystal?
Because it directly goes to the investigation, her becoming a subject at that point in time. It's an spontaneous statement, which in and of itself is exception to the hearsay rule. It was not a offer for the truth of the matter, but for the purposes of eliciting a spontaneous statement. I do not.
Does it inform the next steps of his investigation?
It does, but I don't think that is for the court to instruct the jury on. I understand why the court did it, but...
Well, I'd like to do this once, and I'd like to do this fairly once. Would you allow us to want access to the record?
No.
Okay. Any objections to giving limited instructions to the jury?
No.
For what it's worth, it goes hand in hand with jury instructions about coming to their own conclusions about the evidence. All right, let's take a 10-minute break or so. How many other witnesses did you guys have today?
I think this is a good stopping point for today. So we have 3 witnesses left. The Melanie Norris, our ME, and our phone witness.
ME's tomorrow.
Those are going to be the lengthier of the testimonies. I understand you want to go to 4:30, but as I mentioned this morning, I think that this is a good stopping point because at this point in time, it's the defendant's statement and her cell phone and the medical.
How long do you think this will be tomorrow?
I mean, the medical examiner takes about an hour and a half. Same thing with the phone dump expert. There's a handful of things that I want to present through him. And then the defendant's statement is more or less 2 hours. And then we're done. We're planning on resting at that point.
The substance of her statement is 2 hours.
I would say somewhere around that. I haven't done all the redactions and limiting of it.
Norris is not here for us.
She's not, no.
What about the phone dump?
She's not either, and I have not yet had an opportunity to sit down with him on the phone.
All right, I'll take your word that we have 3 more witnesses to go, and then we'll rest tomorrow. So Mr. Galas is going to have on a case.
Tuesday.
I'm sorry, Tuesday.
Yes, and we've already discussed that. We have 2 depositions scheduled for Monday morning.
You're okay with that schedule?
Yes, ma'am.
If you're going to put on a case Tuesday? Yes, ma'am. All right, so I guess I'll bring in the jury. I'll listen for the day. Okay, let's go ahead.
This is the noisiest courtroom ever, and they just slam doors and bang tables.
All right, so the jurors.
I think the judge was mad there, possibly because at sidebar they talked about that spontaneous utterance, and then testimony came out that there was actually conversation before then. It wasn't just I walked up and she said that. We had been having this conversation, we were going back and forth and everything, and then she says this. That's not as spontaneous.
We're missing one.
All 9 jurors are accounted for. We can be seated.
They keep saying we're missing one.
All right, folks. For the state's case in chief, there's 3 more witnesses. Those will be called tomorrow. I know we're a little off schedule. We're not going to end at 5:30. We're going to end now. The state will finish their case tomorrow. Remember, we all cleared each other's schedule for next week, so we can anticipate coming back on Tuesday. Tomorrow we'll plan again, 10:30 to 5:30. We'll end a little early. Try that in on Friday afternoon. I'm gonna release you in a few minutes. Again, just like we did yesterday, we'll coordinate with Roberto where we with them in this building. Please do not do any research about this case. Please do not look up the places or people that you've heard about. Please don't discuss this case with anyone else. I trust that you're gonna follow my instructions. Again, if anyone talks to you about this case, please report it to me and or Roberto. I think that's all.
Yes.
As regarding the warnings that I will, if you see any other witnesses, please ignore them. They're instructed to ignore you as well. All right, if there's nothing else, any other instructions? Okay, thank you all. See you tomorrow, and please be here just like you guys were great today. Okay, start on time again tomorrow. Thank you.
Bro, 10:30, come on, quick.
It's 10:30, we'll start, so everybody else can get here at 10:30.
Yes, ma'am. Third floor, 10:15.
Loafers, Nikes. Those are Asics, I think. Converse, Doc Martens, Adidas, Converse, Rockport. I don't know. Couldn't quite tell.
I wanted to put something on the record for the last regarding the cumulativeness of Morales testifying about what he saw on the video that Cisneros already testified to. Remember that the body-worn camera that was already introduced shows the scene with Mr. Jimenez. And so to the extent that you thought that Morales was testifying to was somehow detrimental to your client, I think that's why you were rejected regarding, well, he used the word manipulate the body, right? But from what we saw from the body on camera,
Judge, that's a different, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. There's two different things, right? There's body on camera where the defendant is seen standing over the victim as he dies, but then also the video that he was describing is the defendant who will be saying in her statement that she went in and was removing items from his pockets. That's what he was talking about.
Okay, all right. I thought it was along the lines of the body on camera shows her upset and trying to render aid. You're saying that that's different from what?
That's a different video itself. So there's the video that Detective Morales viewed with Robert Cisneros, which does not show that because that wasn't captured. It shows the defendant exiting the vehicle, going up to the victim's body, removing items from the victim's body, going back to the Chevy tracks, putting them in there, which is consistent with other evidence that has already been introduced, and then going back to the victim.
What's in the Chevy tracks that would be on Mr. Jimenez?
I believe it was his wallet and his phone, if I'm not mistaken.
But none of that was introduced.
It was. There's photographs of
The point I was trying to make is, I believe that Morales' testimony on the issue of the video is, while it might be argued as cumulative, it's not harmless in view of the context of what's already been introduced regarding the body-worn camera.
It's not harmless?
No, at all. He's harmful. I think the defense is going to say something along the lines of it's harmful. There's 23 minutes of body-worn camera where she's distraught, trying to assist him, trying to render aid. Can you show me the photographs of what's been evidence?
Yeah.
For what's in her car?
And I know there's at least one photo of like a $100 bill or something like that as well.
That I thought was on the.
Hey, you guys want to comment on this? Yes, it was. Yeah, you know this better than me.
This is a crazy, crazy courtroom.
For the Chevy tracks, and there was this. Yes.
So tracks on the phone.
Yes.
Was Morales.
Correct.
Yes, Judge.
So, Judge, I was mistaken. I thought we introduced the photos of the wallet. We didn't.
See, I'm not.
We did introduce
I'm
photos.
not inventing things that I think are missing, right?
We.
I don't need a pat on my back. I'm just trying to keep track of everything.
No, of course.
Again, everybody knows things about this case. when you're looking at it from a 30,000 foot view,
I thought it was in the packet that we had put
we may
together.
not be compartmentalizing like we're supposed to. Can I see it?
But there's photos of the car though, right?
One part, yeah, of the outside of it, not the inside.
There's photos of the Chevy Trax itself.
So which witness is supposed to introduce these items?
That would have been Officer Zapata.
Oh, it's exhibit 12.
Yes,
So it's in evidence.
yes. Not the Chevy Trax itself is in evidence, which the defendant is seen exiting, which is now also in evidence as well, via the defendant's phone dump. We see her get inside the vehicle and drive off, as well as arrive on scene.
12 has $100 bills outside.
Right.
Is there a packet of photographs relating to what was seized from the Chevy Trax?
We're not going to be introducing what was seized via the search warrant.
So how is her manipulating the body through Morales? I guess it's just to show that she was near the body.
So her testimony via her statement will be introduced tomorrow. In her statement, she says, detectives confront her with, you pulled something out of his pockets. She says, I had to in order to stop the bleeding or something because his pants were tight. That is corroborative of the video that Robert Cisneros, Detective Morales, and I believe Detective Hubbard also testified to, in which they themselves viewed Miss Link getting outside of the car, approaching the body, going up to the body, taking items out of the body.
So that's the relevance.
Yes, and then returning back to that vehicle.
Are there photographs of what was in her car that you all believe you can reasonably argue was on Mr. Jimenez?
Yes, those exist. Unfortunately, we didn't put them in the packet. We're going to call Detective Zapata now and make sure that she comes back so we can get those last few photographs into evidence.
Okay. Does that make sense why I'm bringing this up? Because I was concerned with your objection, but I thought that what was on the body worn camera was essentially in evidence, and it's a little bit different than Morales' testimony, but now I can appreciate why Morales' testimony of the quote-unquote manipulating the body is different than what's on the body worn camera.
Right.
Does that make sense, Mr. Thomas?
Yeah,
Right?
just not.
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it that she removes from?
I believe it's his wallet and his cell phone.
And she says those items were in the way from her and they.
Correct. She says his pants were really tight and she had to get his pants off.
You're not accusing her of stealing
No.
from the body.
No.
So it's just a question of, I guess, why she was over the body and how did things that you believe were on this person end up in her body.
Correct.
Should we go over or are you guys gonna go over that, her statement? And then back?
So there's a couple things I think that it's important that we do discuss, and I was going to bring it up with the court in it. I intend to, so the entire statement itself is about 11 hours, give or take. I am not going to publish, and I'm piecing them together, any point in time when the defendant is alone in that room. I'm also going to be removing when the defendant changes. She changes on camera. I don't think it's appropriate to publish that or give that to the jury. I'm also going to be removing the portion of the defendant being read Miranda for the first time and invoking Miranda. I do intend to have Detective Janoris testify to, I was getting her fingerprinted. She approached me, said something spontaneous to the effect of, I had to do it or something like that. So then Detective Janoris says, in order for me to speak to you, I have to read Miranda. Then she does read Miranda. So that will all be...
In context, the second Miranda, will the jury know that is the second form?
I'm not intending to have anything mentioned about her invoking whatsoever. I don't think I can.
Mr. Thomas, do you object to that, I guess, redaction from first Miranda waiver into second one?
No objection.
Because I think at the end of the day, you probably want her statement in, right? As a matter of strategy. I mean, look, you can, if you want to cross-examine on the reality of the Miranda waiver, you can, but.
I'm not going there. No.
Yeah, I was going to say there is case law that says it is reversible error to discuss about the invocation of Miranda, even subsequent with a waiving of Miranda. I don't want to get anywhere near that.
You don't think they would be able to review
I don't want
If
to.
it was a challenge about the knowing or voluntary waiver of the Miranda,
I-
I think the jury would be able to know if there was a first and second.
I don't want to go near it because I don't, as this court has mentioned a few times already, I don't want this case coming back.
Okay, I think as a matter of strategy, Ms. Lynn, does that make sense? As a matter of strategy, the statement that you gave the police is probably better if it's introduced in this case, right?
I mean, yeah, I prefer it to be introduced, but I would also prefer that the first Miranda right also be published to the jury as well, if they know.
Judge, if the defendant is willing to waive any and all appellate rights with that issue, I'll do it. I think it's silly. I think it's reversible. But if she's willing to right now waive any appellate rights to that issue, which I do think is reversible error if I introduce that.
Why don't we do this? Since we ended early, you and Mr. Last can talk about it, and I'll have another discussion with you and him tomorrow about that. The reason I haven't looked over the case law, I'm not saying Mr. Vita is wrong, I'm going to defer to him right now because I haven't looked at that authority. But the purpose of just going into the second Miranda waiver is really to streamline, to make this move a little quicker. And since the second Miranda doesn't refer to the first one, the jury's not going to be confused about what you told the police after waiving your Miranda waiver. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but at this point, God forbid, they find the jury finds me guilty, at least I have a better shot at a review with that.
We're going to talk to Mr. Tomas. I'm going to do some research on my own, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. The redactions, are you guys we're ready to talk about redactions now?
I can talk about them in the general sense. I have certain timestamps, but I don't have the specifics. What I can tell the court is I'm intending to redact all testimony from the defendant about any arrests of anybody, including my victim and herself. Defense counsel said, I believe it was last week, that he, as far as the second phase of this, should the defendant be found guilty, I said that the only thing that would be coming into evidence is Ms. Link saying she was arrested in the past. Defense counsel said it should be redacted. I agree. But I'm also going to be redacting the portions about my victim being arrested as well. This court has already ruled that those things are not relevant based off of the age of those. Furthermore, I don't think that there's anybody that can authenticate any of his convictions or arrests. The defendant can absolutely testify about this being a volatile relationship, a toxic relationship. I intend to elicit testimony from my detectives.
Any incident from 5 days before?
Sure. I intend to ask my detectives, did Ms. Link advise of acts of violence committed by Pedro Jimenez? Did she also, against her, did she also advise of acts of violence that she committed against him? That is the extent that I'm going to elicit any testimony, no arrest or anything
general
else.
acts not related to arrest, which, again, an arrest by law enforcement indicates some sort of, for lack of a better phrase, stamp of approval that somehow the police believe that there was enough to arrest
Correct.
either party.
The age of the, sorry, no, go ahead.
No, but it goes to the up and down or the toxic nature of a relationship.
Exactly. There's another portion of time when I believe Ms. Link says to Detective Janoris something to the effect of being a victim of domestic violence or something like that against me. And I don't want to call her Melanie. Detective Janoris says, well, you also have been arrested. It goes both ways. I'm also going to be redacting that portion as well.
Good.
And it's not like beat for beat. It is a very quick, rapid fire conversation that
and then
she.
I read the instruction that lets them know it's redacted.
Yes.
They should not
Yes.
guess.
Guess at what was in there.
Yes.
Mr. Legally Blonde, welcome.
I need to go to lit support and sit down with them and get all those things.
in
We
chat.
have been able to cut out the portion of time that the defendant is alone, but we need to go through and actually timestamp the portion in time that we need to redact. And then as soon as I get that, I know that they leave. Some of them leave at 4:30, some of them leave at 5. I'm going to do my best to go and speak with them and get those things done. As soon as I get that done from them, I'll send it to Mr. Tomas, even if it's in the morning.
But you've gone over with defense the areas that you want to redact.
No, because I don't mean to be glib about this. I literally decided today that I was going to be introducing this statement.
So he's proffered general areas of redaction.
And I have the transcript, so I'm sure I don't think it'll be a problem. I'm sure.
And if we have to, I'll start with a different witness, even if I have to start with the medical examiner first in the morning, so that way we can go over the statement itself and then go from there.
That's fine. So why don't we do this? Why don't we at least meet tomorrow at 10 a.m. so that if you have anything done, we can go over
Absolutely.
it. And if it's not done, we can at least go through the actual transcripts. We can highlight or underline so that your video folks know which part will be redacted.
Sure.
And then we'll do the research on the case laws link about the first Miranda, maybe coming in, not coming in, and whether or not you're going to be in a position to waive any of that. All right, anything else that we have to come up, talk about before we adjourn for the day?
I don't believe so.
I don't think so.
Okay, all right, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Wow. See y'all tomorrow at 10.
Yes. Oh, those? Yeah, I can just stuff that in the wallet. Yeah, that's easy enough. I have it somewhere.
All right. That's how it finished it up today. Now we're caught up. Wow. There's issues about waiving Miranda, about statements she made after her first Miranda, but before her second. There's a lot of issues that related to that the prosecutor says I'm not going to get into because there's some case law that says that's reversible if this gets brought up. I'm just not going to touch it with a 10-foot pole. And the judge is like, well, how about you could waive it and then you could talk about it. And she it was weird. Judge apparently doesn't know what harmful and harmless mean. She uses them interchangeably. What a day. What a day. Tomorrow's going to be interesting. Here's what we know. We've got 3 more witnesses, possibly 4 now, because the state neglected to bring in pictures of a wallet and a $100 bill and a cell phone or something that they believe the defendant took out of the victim's pockets after she shot him, but before she took his pants off. That was a thing. And that she put them in the SUV. That would account for why the blood was found in the Chevy tracks. So they're going to recall somebody to get those pictures back in because they forgot to put them in the packet that was admitted. We have probably some more arrest stuff to go over a little bit with this, with what happened there. Not a confession, but an interview. It's going to be heavily redacted, just to remove all prior or all references from anybody about previous arrests on either part, both the victim and the defendant. That's coming in tomorrow. They're still going to work on that tonight to get that cleaned up and redacted properly. And the judge has a little bit of a docket tomorrow morning, so we're not going to get started till 10 o'clock. And that's just jury's or the lawyers only at 10 o'clock, just to hammer out some details and then get started. Might have the ME first witness if they haven't got the recording redacted properly and not ready to go. So there we go. There we go. Did we go to the other trial that finally showed up? No. It is 5:38. It's 5:38. We've been here all day, and we have the podcast tonight. I actually need to go ahead and make the podcast thumbnail. Let's go to Canva. Make a quick update. Let me see what it is. We are on, let's see, home. Season 3, episode 37. I think we're going to reset the counter when we get to the end of the year. Make it season 4 of 2026. But, all right, so season 3, episode 37 of the podcast starts tonight at 8 p.m. Please join us. Please join us for that. And by us, I mean Thomas and myself. We'll be here talking about all things not relevant. We've got a really cool lineup of stories already that Thomas has put together for me and you. Thomas did all the work on this one once again. I'm really not shouldering the burden at all. He's amazing at this, and thank you very much, Thomas, for that. But we've got a podcast tonight. We'd like to see all of you there, and I think that's all. Laura says, I've had my membership 1 week. 1 week. It's awesome. Legally Blonde and Mr. Legally Blonde, good to have both of you here. It's always great to do date night on a YouTube channel. Let's see. I think that's all. Is there anything else we need to cover before we we wrap it up for a short while, because it's 5:30, 6:30, 7:30. We've got 2.5 hours before the podcast. Anything? Nothing? Want to see a good dog again? Oh, who's a good dog? That's a good dog. All right. We'll wrap it up. That'll be it. There we go. All right. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe. We go live again tonight at 8 p.m. with the Not Relevant podcast. I'm just building the thumbnail right now. We might be able to even portal there. Upload the thumbnail. There it is. The 76th time I've downloaded this thumbnail in this version. All right, boom. It's up. There we go. What a day. I'm feeling so much better. Man, this cold, it's almost completely gone. I credit the pizza Mrs. R.A. went and got for me at lunchtime. It was delicious. Grab your portal buddies. We're going to portal over to the Not Relevant podcast. I'd love it if you can click the like button, maybe even ring the bell, get notified when we go live, and then we'll see you tonight. You guys, be good to each other. We'll see you tonight for a lot of fun and laughter and a few dad jokes. So have a good one. Bye-bye.